happily, totally on time, and not sitting here watching TikToks. I'm so sorry. I'm literally just sitting here. I didn't realize what time it was. That's my bad, fam. That's my bad. Oopsie. Hello. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I have hella ADD. It's really bad. It's really bad. Hello. I think TikTok has actually ruined my attention span, even though it was pretty minimal. Hi! It was pretty minimal to begin with, but it's gotten worse. That's my bad. It's a little toasty. I brought hair ties just in case I need it, but hello, how was your week? My week was eventful, to say the least. It was quite eventful. But yeah, thankfully it's the weekend. I'm excited to play some game and relax. It does not feel like a Friday for me. Oh, I forgot my brace. Well, I'll grab it when I get up, if I need it. I don't even know where it is. Is it in my bedroom? I knew I forgot something. But yeah, my week was very eventful. About halfway through the week, we all got told to go home. Well, I got told to go home. And then all of my assistants got told to go home. Because, like, my boss had, like, some family stuff. So he's like, we're closing down for the rest of the week. We'll see y'all on Monday. So it's like, okay. Alright. So, yeah, I've spent the last couple of days, like, deep cleaning my house. And I've made progress, but I have not made enough progress. So I'm probably, after stream today, going to continue my cleaning adventures. Because my floors are just not getting clean. I don't know. I'm at a loss. How you doing, Brian? Yeah. So that's been my week. No, the PC stream will happen eventually, but it's not happening right now because I don't have the mental capacity to watch a YouTube video to learn how to build it. Because I'm already, like, elbow deep in one project. I really don't want to build a computer. My brain can only handle one large thing at a time. So, it's shelved for right now. But it's okay because I'm playing Fallout and this game, and they both run on this computer fine, so I'm okay. It will get built. Even if the parts, when I get around to it, might not be top of the line anymore. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. It'll happen. So yeah, so that was my week. Went to the gym. Gym was pretty good today. My lift was really good. Hi, Hidden! Part submerged in water in a bathtub. I mean, I have not done that yet. If you recommend it, I might try it. If you insist on me shoving my computer parts in the bathtub. It's not on my list of things to do, though, so we shall see. I'm exhausted. I didn't really take a nap today. I don't know why. I was just preoccupied. Hi, bruh. Happy Friday. I keep wanting to say happy Sunday. It's Friday, but it's a weird Friday. I did get, maybe that's why too. I didn't get my usual Friday burrito. I didn't get Mexican food. I got a pastrami sandwich and some chili cheese fries from a local, like, burger place. And I ate, I don't even say I ate half of it. I ate like a third of it. And then I'm like, well, I'm full. It's like I buy too much food. You just started your work week and you want it to end. What days do you work, Hidden? Hi, Kim. Good to see you. Does TikTok have anything to do with the delays? No. The thing is with my floors, so I mop my floors with, like, cleaning solution and a mop, you know, traditional cleaning methods. But I've been meaning to clean my grout, so I found that if you mix some baking soda and some peroxide, you can make, like, a slurry that'll, you know, you put it in the grout and then you, like, scrub it off and it really cleans it, and it did. But the problem was, it also cleaned my tile, and I saw the difference in color of the clean tile versus the unclean tile. So then I'm like, well, you know, naturally I have to clean now everything, because the grout is clean, but now it shows how the I don't know, the tile is not clean enough to my standards. So now this has become like a full-on project, because I went through most of the house, with the peroxide and the baking soda, and now I have to do probably a second round of it because it's... I think I was talking to my mom about it. Oh yeah, hella hands and knees. Like, I would come home from the gym sweaty and then tackle the floor and then take a shower because it was that bad. But I was talking to my mom, and she thinks like my floors were never like sealed properly or something. Like it's really porous. So yeah, like I've had my floors professionally cleaned before I moved in, and it's yeah. I don't think we understood the level of stuff that was on there. So yeah, so I'm gonna scrub the shit out of it, honestly. So that might take me another week or so to do. But yeah, I'm gonna scrub the shit out of it and then seal it after that. You work Friday to Monday? Oh, you're backwards. That's so weird, Hidden. I don't know how I would feel about that. I guess you get like a nice, like a long weekend. Sort of. You get like a 3-day weekend, but it's in the middle of the week when stuff is less busy. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think consecutive days is just what's most important. But I slept in yesterday, and like literally all I did from like noon to like 6 o'clock was scrub my floors. But yeah, I'm unsatisfied. I must go again. Because if I'm spending all of this time and effort, like I want to make sure it's done really well, you know? So I don't have to fucking do it again. Like hopefully next time I can just mop and be done with it, you know? Hi, Uncle. Thank you. I actually need to do them again. They are very, very long. My nails are very long. I broke the middle finger on this side, but I don't think you can tell that much. Like, it just lost a little of the height. I love long nails, dude. Ah, I love them so much. Like, I stare at my nails. Thank you so much for noticing. I stare at them. I think they're really cute. There we go. Yeah, that's been another thing, is that I'm on my hands and knees scrubbing the floor, and I'm trying not to break a nail. Because I think I would actually cry. I absolutely would cry. Okay, I think this will do for right now. And if I get hot, I'll put my hair up. I'm flexing my bananas. Hi, Weed! I know, I feel like I haven't posted on Instagram, like, some kind of flexing thing. Like, actually physically flexing. I'm like, maybe I should do that at some point. You had one work today, last Monday, last Tuesday your job was closed and you were stressed. I feel that. My job has also been closed and I am also stressed. Because I was telling my coworker this, and I was like, you know, believe it or not, I work for money. I don't work because I have nothing else to do. Like, I need my paycheck. A scrub brush? Like the motorized ones? Because I have literally just like a brush from like Walmart. It was like $2. But, you know, literally Cinderella, like holding the brush and like scrubbing it. It does the job. Like, on top of it, so I scrubbed it. I scrubbed all the tiles, I scrubbed all the grout. I mopped, and then after mopping, I did like floor cleaner. Like, it's the, you know, I have a carpet cleaner. So I went over the tile with that as well. So it's like, I've done layers upon layers of cleaning, and it's not clean yet. I'm unsatisfied. I thought about it. We have some at work, but I don't know if they're gonna do it. Like, because my floors are slate, like, it fucks up microfiber or any kind of, like, my mom bought me a steamer, so I've been, like, steam cleaning, but I don't know if the steam cleaner is being thorough enough. Like a push broom, but it's a scrub brush. But you have to clean the liquid. Like, I have no problem getting water and stuff on the ground, but, like, I need to wipe it up, because otherwise all I'm doing is just moving dirt, you know? Like, even if it's wet dirt. Watching Titanic. Spoilers. I think we play that movie at least once a week at work. I also love these emotes, Swede. They're adorable. Ask one of the folks at work to come over. I thought about it. Because they did it at work. They, like, buffed the floor, they Swiffered it, and then they had somebody going in with, like a dry cloth. So it was like a 3-person job to clean the floors. And I'm like, maybe I should do that. Because, like, scrubbing it is half the problem, and that's fine. Like, once the floor is wet, I need to, like, dry it with and then when you dry it and the towel comes out dirty, like, it's not clean yet, you know? Love that. Love it. It's like the cutest little alien. But yeah, so that's been my adventure, and it's just not clean enough. 93? I think it's hot here too. I took the babies out, and they're like totally knackered from the heat. But yeah. And I'll send you before and after pictures. Like, literally, this has consumed my life for the past like 4 days. Like, literally, all I talk to anybody about is my floors. Like, the amount of times I've called my mother to talk or cry about my floors is at least 20 times by now in the past 4 days. Wet vac wouldn't be too useful. I kind of am wet vacuuming. That's like the last thing I do. So after I mop it and it's like kind of damp, I go in with the wet vac. And then like it does help. It does help, but I feel like it needs to be scrubbed more. Painting 2.0. Oh, it's taken on projects at your pace. No! No! I already paid someone to clean my floors. They weren't this thorough. What am I eating? I have apples. Do you like apples? I want an alien! I want that little... Oh, it's so cute. I can't. I can't. Yeah, honestly, I did not anticipate this. Consuming so much of my time. Like, where's my pictures? I wanna text it to you because I want you to understand. Where's my photos? Okay, my legs are in the picture. Don't be weird. But there is your before and after, and my legs in the photo. It's not the same spot, but it's like, still. I will share apples. I can share. It's too late. It's already weird. I mean, you don't gotta make it weird. It's just my feet. I know a lot of people are into that, and my nails aren't done. Don't judge me. But, yeah, it's like literally a different color. And I'm just like, argh. And you know I'm not a clean freak. I'm pretty fucking gross. Right? I'm pretty fucking gross. But that's where I draw the line. It's noticeable. Right, I'm telling you. Yeah, but like, I need to go again. You're contractually obligated to make it as weird as possible. Damn it. Hey, didn't I like you? You're such a sassy boy. But yeah, so there's my project. I will be talking about this at least for another week. I might be damaging the floors. My mom said to clean it, like as clean as you can get it, and then seal it. And then that way, it's just is. I think so. Because I have an original tile that I got from the garage. Like, completely, like, it's like a spare tile. And I put it in the center of the room. And it matches the clean ones. It does not match the dirty ones. So I know what the tile is supposed to look like, or what it started off as, and it started off as the cleaner one. So I know what it's supposed to look like. But I was thinking that as well. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. Expect more tile conversation. But legit, it's consumed my life. Consumed. Oh, and my shoulders are so sore because of it, because I'm like just on my hands and knees scrubbing. I know you all wanted to know what I've been up to. So that's what I've been up to for the past 4 days. It's been a good time. How was your week? How was your backwards week, eh? I'm excited to play game. It's in the kitchen. It's the all of the house that's not carpet. The part that is not carpet is tile, and that's the tile. And legit, I thought about it. I'm like, is it easier just to cut out all of this? It's the kitchen, the entryway, the hallway, and then the puppy area. I don't know why they selected. I mean, it's pretty, but like they've selected the most high maintenance flooring for such a high traffic area. But yeah, thought about it. My house looks like a war zone right now because like everything is all over the place. Like, everything that I had, like, furniture is now just sitting. Like, my dining table's been moved. It's in the living room. My entryway, like, shoe rack and, like, little cabinet is there. Everything's in the living room. It looks like a hot mess. Once it's done, you shouldn't have to do it. Exactly. But to be honest, I didn't think I would have to do it like this. Because if you remember, when I moved here... Hello! When I first moved in, I did get on my hands and knees and scrub it, but I only used floor cleaner. I did not use baking soda and peroxide, and I am kicking myself because of it. So hopefully this is the last time I'm doing this. Hopefully it's the last time, because my patience is being tested. Because it's like, I know I'm not that gross. Like, I don't use my front door enough to warrant the amount of dirt in that. So, there we go. Somebody remind me what I was doing in this game? Were we doing dungeons? Were we doing just MSQ? Do I have a quest? A class quest? I don't know that you're not that gross. But like, okay, realistically, like, where is my traffic? Coming out of the garage, in the kitchen maybe, but like, I don't use the front door. Hardly anybody uses the front door. I live with beasts. It's still, they're not that gross, I don't think. Do I not have a class quest until level 60? I don't remember this. Yeah, I'm on a cleaning rampage. And then after this, like, I stick to a cleaning schedule pretty regularly, just so I don't, because I think like a month would go by, and I haven't realized that I haven't like vacuumed in a month. Because like, I think a solid like 2 or 3 months can go by before I was like, man, I should really vacuum. Heaven's word? Oh, okay. And then that means we need to get going with this. Revolution. Oh, there's a quest here. Okay. Yeah, I logged on yesterday trying to clear my inventory. I have like a crap ton of stuff that it just takes up inventory space that I cannot sell. So, that's just kind of annoying. How are you invisible? Boop. Oof, my arms. So sore. So sore. I feel like I need a proper stretch. Time to work on Grand's company ranks. Grand, oh my god, I have not done any sort of... I honestly haven't even finished the hunting logs for my Grand company. Grand company? Is that what it's called? Where's my hunting logs? Like, yeah. I have not done any of this. This is embarrassing. I mean, now that I can fly, it probably would be faster. You can go out with that vacuuming too. That's because the carpet is still super clean. Yeah. I mean, my dogs, I mean, this is where the dogs actually do something. Like, they don't really run in mud or anything, but there's a lot of leaves in my backyard. So they'll just drag in some leaves, and I'm just like, eh. And then I'll look, and there's like literally like a fucking forest in my living room, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should vacuum. It's fine. It's fine. I live alone. It's not a big deal. Should I do a couple of these? I think we should do a couple of these. At least to finish this up real quick. It's fine. You could never live with me, but that's okay. North Shroud. Okay, let's go to... Eastern Thanalan. Where's that? Are you Eastern Thanalan? No, that's Western Thanalan. Okay. Are you Eastern Thanalan? No, that's Central. Give me a break, game. Southern, Eastern, there we go. Sandgate. Is there a crystal here? Camp Dragon. Make sure when the trees start growing, you water them and give them plenty of sunlight. I don't think I've killed a plant yet, but plants have been sort of on the decline in my, I don't want to say possession, but in my company, maybe. Hi! Hey, Bio. I'm gonna work on a couple of these real quick before I venture into the MSQ. But how was your week? Happy Friday. I need more coffee. I'm very excited for the event that starts, I think, on Monday. I actually wrote down on a sticky note how many of the imperfect, what is it called? Imperfect currency? Why am I going so slowly? Why And I need 294. Whoop, wait a minute. Where am I going? I didn't realize I got cover the ground so quickly. Yes, I need 294, so I'll be working on that. It says Sandgate, so somewhere here? We're looking for Amalja Hunters. Are they like actually? They have to be in the encampment, right? It says Sandgate, but I feel like it means over there in the encampment. Aha! See, I do. I'm using my noggin. Oh man, I love one-shotting. Oh my god! So this was the item that Maha had gifted me, and I put it on my hotkeys, and I totally forgot about it. Oh! It's so beautiful, and it sparkles! It sparkles. It's so pretty. I'm in love. Hi, Skate! Look at how pretty it is. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh my god, it bounces. I'm so tickled right now. This is amazing. It's a highlight of my day right there. So cute. Alright, I think that's done. Boop. Oh, I gotta take that off of my favorites. I hate this mount. Like, it's so clunky. Can you just land? Character mount guide. This is not even in my favorites. Why did it do that? I wanted to summon my favorites. Set my... Oh, there we go. I did not toggle that. Let's remove that one too. Yeah, I was like, why did I get that one? I don't like that one. Okay, hunting log. Alright, almost done. Are there any over here? I'm not dealing with that one right now. Let's do... Bench. Arcanist. Oh, I'll lead them along the way. Okay, Maelstrom. Eastern Shroud, North Shroud. Okay, so let's go to Eastern Shroud. Are you Eastern Shroud? Yes. Oof. Have you guys seen the new cat game that got out? Stray? I want to play that eventually. Honestly, Skate, I spent most of it cleaning because my boss had us stay home because he had some like family stuff. But how was your week? What have you been up to? I know everybody's playing it. I haven't actually checked the system requirements, so I don't know if I can play it right now, but it is on my list of things to play, because I think it'll be really fun. I know! It's not really in me to clean, but sometimes you have to, because your house is disgusting. Bramble Patch. Donde está Bramble Patch? Where is it? Oh, they're all right here. Okay. Boop, right there. You might pirate it. Oh, no, I wouldn't. Like, I understand pirating, like, big, like, AAA titles, but, like, isn't this not from a smaller company? A dog DLC? Oh no. I haven't actually watched very much gameplay because I want to play it and I don't want to spoil it. I don't know what it is I'm looking for exactly, but I feel like I'll know it when I see it. Ooh. They got funding from Sony. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, but not the game I would steal. Granted, I don't steal any games. I pay for them all. Or unless they're gifted, but... It says Bramble Patch. Ah, Stray. It is like the trending game right now. Am I blind? Where is this? Oh, this is pretty. Is this a dungeon? What is this? Cat Simulator. Ah, I was just gonna say, I'm like, it's basically Cat Simulator, yeah. But it's cute! Who doesn't want to be a cat? That's the chapel for wedding. I want to be invited to a wedding. I want to get invited. Eventually. It's cute, but it ain't worth the $40. Ah, it depends. I actually don't know. I actually don't know if it's just single player. Where is this? Why am I so... What am I looking for? Sylvian Grown and Sylvian Sow. Where are these guys? It says Bramble Patch, but I feel like it's further this way. Fizy Inc. can never and will never be associated with the unlawful distribution of licensed property. Exactly. It's like No Man's Sky situation. It's a nice game, but you don't think it's worth $60. I mean, then don't pay for it, but that's fine. I wouldn't encourage stealing it, though. It says Bramble Patch, dog. There's nothing in the Bramble Patch. Are they over here? It doesn't say Lark's Call. Maybe it is over here. It's like hunting logs, please. I am looking for the Sylvian couple of things. I don't know if I've been here before. This is spooky. I feel like it should be here. This is like actually the Sylph ones. I can't find them. Yeah, Sylvian Grown and Sylvian. It says Bramble Patch, but because they're sylphs, I feel like they have to be in the sylph lands. Unless like someone came and killed all of them before I got here, which I don't find very likely. Sylph tribe stuff. 2021. Can I mark that? I don't know if I can mark. Oops, that way. I'm going. I swear I just went through this. Control right click. Oh, thank you. But I don't think the coordinates don't move when I move my... Oh, yes, they do. I'm daft. Excuse me. How you doing, Peacher? I swear I just came through here. If I see them, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh my god, they're right there! I swear, I was just here. So much. Thank you. that 3? Sylvan, oh. They're both here. That's both of them. I'm just trying to make sure I grab them. I need like a couple more of each. I love how you found me so quickly. Yeah, here they are. Boop. I think that's it for the hunting log. Oh no, I have one more. Okay. I have one more, the Ixali Sightbreaker, and that is in North Shroud. So, let us go this way. Are you North Shroud? Yes. Let us go over here. And it's in Aldous Springs, which is right there. Should be pretty easy. 22, 28. Okay. Thank you. 22. 28. All the way over here? No. Here-ish. Boop. Oh, see, there's one, but this is not. This is for a different log. But while I'm here... Oh, how many of those do I need? 4? Okay. I'm like, I want to say it's here somewhere. 22, 28. 22, 28. Oh, no, that way. You said it right here. Here-ish? Up there, maybe? No, that's out of there. No, that's not it either. It's in... Don't tell me you found them already. That is not where you said, sir. I'm a-comin'. Oh, here they are. I am so bad at looking at finding these things. Oops. I might have pulled the entire area. Whoopsie! I have a tendency. I need one more? Oh no, I think that was it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's go to the Maelstrom and apply for a promotion. Thank you. Thank you, Bio. Lenosha. Oh. Thank you. I feel like I've chugged my coffee so quickly today. And literally yesterday when I'm like scrubbing the hell out of the floors, it's like, I'll stop, take like a few deep gulps of coffee. I'm like, okay. I am mentally prepared to continue. And I was so good yesterday too. I mean, I know I got junk food to eat today because I went out and ordered sandwiches. But yesterday I was really good. There's balance. You need yummy food. You need coffee? I think you need coffee too. I will swear by it. Oops. Oh, we're back. qualify, you must complete rank 1 in the guild company objectives of the hunting log. I see that you have already done so. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements for your promotion. You are currently Storm Corporal. To qualify for Storm Sergeant 3rd class, you must fulfill the following requirements. Hey! Nice. Okay. I'm still, like, absolutely a scrub. In the name of the Admiral, I hereby appoint you to the rank of Storm Sergeant 3rd class. By this promotion, you are now eligible to undertake a wider range of company levies. May you ever serve the best interests of Limsa Liminsa till the sea swallows all. I'm so cute. What is the next one? Can I... So, I am here now? So, I have made it to second... Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Wow, okay. So I can buy all of this stuff? Wow. I probably won't use any of it, but something about, like, unlocking stuff really just gets me going. I don't know what it is. Okay, now let us venture to Thanalan, because now I can continue with my quest. I think we left off somewhere... We were helping the Domans. Something. There was something going on. I believe it was, like, one of the, entrepreneurs or something? One of the Lalas who was, like, trying to fuck over the Domans or something? Something like that? He was just, like, not down. Yeah? Let's see what they have to say. I really just... I'm at a loss. Swift has a message for you from General Robot. For your level 50 jobs, the gear is useless. It can be useful when leveling other jobs. Hey, yes, sure. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have. I'm glad there is, like, still purpose, even though I might not use it right now. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of your own investigation. Master Elfino has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with haste and speak with Bartholomew. I feel like some shit's about to go down. Somebody just died. Ah, I remember those days. Oh, where's Chamber Rule? 4 photons arose at Captain rank. You can buy gacha boxes with mini. Oh! Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. You know I'm into that. I'm still am a real scrub. That's the joke. Oh, it's okay. This person looks cool. Man, everybody looks cool. Hello, Bartholomew. We've been expecting you, madam. Please proceed inside. I'm less of a scrub, thank you, I think. Alright, who's in trouble?
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
Well?
This information does not leave this room.
Okay, just you, me, and 10 of my closest friends. Why?
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
Oh, that's right. The Alamegans and stuff were like, yo, we need sanctuary too. Why are you being so nice to the Domans? I did. He's that pompous asshole voice. You could be jealous, it's okay.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
What is wrong with people?
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Fizy.
We knew that. We knew it. I told you there was something shady going on. Warning shots aren't supposed to hit people, though.
Fizy.
We knew that. We knew that. It's okay, Alfino. We're good.
But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Oh my god, hidden.
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill?
No.
It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
Is that bad?
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Flashback, let's go.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge.
Okay.
What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day.
Okay.
Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement.
Because I was wondering, I'm like, I don't think I've seen this before. Or this area. Or spent any time there. I see, okay. I have not tried PvP yet.
Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations.
That's fair. At least we're level-headed, I think.
In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Fizy proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
What? So he wants the land for himself. Like, forget all the other nations. He just is like, I'm just gonna claim this fucking piece of land and run it. Hi, sir. What's up?
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Oh, I read that. I read that, what do you call it? That link you posted in Discord, and I wrote down how many irregular tombstones I need. I don't think I've done any of the PvP ones before, but I need 294 irregular tombstones to get all of the mounts and minions I want. I'm just saying, I'm gonna be going super hard on that. That's gonna be hilarious. No, stop! Maybe I'll do that off stream.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
Why can't we just kill him? It's literally treason.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Hi, Bowser. What's up?
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate? And, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate.
That's what I'm saying. This is treason. Why have we not just, like... Just, you know, just... have him have an accident.
Omega.
Omega? Eh?
Pardon?
An Oligon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger.
Oh my
we know
God.
not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Oligon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
Well, if this, sorry, sidetrack. If this event's gonna be active for a month, and anyone wants to run these, like, I'm gonna be running 100 of them, at least. Because I need just shy of about 300 irregular tombstones. So, if y'all want to do that and run it with me, I might be just dedicating a whole stream to doing that. I mean, if y'all need them too, I'm just saying. I don't know, I can't promise I'll be any help. Like, how many of you guys can play Blue Mage?
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
So, we kicked Ultima Weapon's ass, and now there's Omega Weapon somewhere hidden underneath this, like, PvP zone that Teleji wants to get to.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
So why can't we just arrest him? Or kill him?
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement
Damn.
of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
I mean, but you can have an accident. Something. It is absolutely like real life. And you know, being too rich to be arrested is absolutely a thing. But like, doesn't somebody know a hitman or something? I'm just saying.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
We're in trouble. Evil, absolutely. That's just as bad as them. It's like, it's chaotic good though, isn't it? Eventually someone will find out and then you'll have to keep killing. Yes. Yes, I don't know. But I'm killing for the greater good. It's like fucking Batman, dude. For the greater good. It's fine. shall be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all of this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It will be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. You are, of course, the Scion best suited to this task, Sergeant. Oh, that's me. Do take a moment to visit the Maelstrom Command and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunity. Begone, whelp. This is no place for children. Excuse me? Oh, refugee problem. I'm sorry! What is happening? Batman never killed. No, the newer Batman kills people. I was looking for you, miss. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. Oh, that's right. Yes. Do you know this girl? Yes, yes, I do, actually. So he visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I could think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Why are you taking a child with you? Really? You'll help me look, mister? I mean, his parents might be dead! Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. She's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by the pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garlands, an ether-starving primal. Even dealing with an Ascian will be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rushed hither and yon in response to threats as they rise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Speak of the devil. Dahlia, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation at the Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. Ma'am, I'm trying to save the world. The Twelveswood? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixal activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Dahlia. You know as well as I that the appearance of primals takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Oh my. Just like Kiryu from Yakuza, he doesn't kill people, just brutally hospitalizes them. We need clone troopers? What, with their shitty aim? Hi, X! Oh my goodness. Okay, let us return. I swear, Batman, the newest Batman movie. Didn't the new Batman kill people? I swear he did. They didn't have shitty aim in the OG trilogy. Ah, really? I mean, to be fair, I've only seen Star Wars once, and this was like 10 years ago. It's been a while. Who am I supposed to talk to? Oh, Minfilia. Are you sure? Really? People got killed. He just... Okay. Fine. Chaotic good. Really? Oh, I didn't realize. Han got shot by troopers. Leia was shot multiple times, captured by the Empire. Then why is there the joke that the troopers have shit aim? Death adjacent. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, he's not the one who, like, drive the stake into the heart, but, like, if he accidentally tripped somebody and then ended up, like, getting run over by a train, like, that doesn't count. It's a relief to see you healthy and hale, Dahlia. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Yeah, about that. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Let's boogie! I'm ready. Like, what primal threat are we on now? I can't keep track of these. Lord of Levin? Who? Oh, we already kicked the Leviathan's ass. Twice. And by we, I mean not me. Ah. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. I got spoiled with them reading the lines. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramuh. Oh no. Have we seen Ramuh before? I'm fighting Grandpa? Who the fuck is Grandpa? They fight in a small corridor and people expected back then that they are shooting in a small corridor. It shouldn't be hard. Jinglebeard? Oh, what? I'm sorry, may have? That it's not certain? The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, displays no sign of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers... Bellicose? Garuda and so on, Ramuh is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. Who is his children? I imagine he would soon make his presence known if there were any foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it. I told Papa Limo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. What?! You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as the Castrum Oriens stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Yida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. I mean, still though. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldal drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Hi, Metal Gear. What's up, what's up? I love how bright your name color is. My favorite color. 'Tis like the Sylphs perceive this panicked migration as yet another invasion and quicken their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, the affairs of men which have paved the way for Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Dahlia, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. And a fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. Maybe this time we can! Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Dahlia. Pray report to Commander Helix at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Which means not help me at all. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Alright, let's see. I mean, I hate having to beat up their gods, like, on a regular basis. Oh, what can you do? Must be done. I feel like I need a statue. Just to, you know, commemorate my greatness in saving the world at least 6 times. But now I'm curious. I am curious now. So far in the base game and, like, I guess, like, pre-Heaven's Word content, like, it's basically the Primals. The Primals and the Garleans who are, you know, somebody's trying to destroy the world, really, is what it is. And I'm just sort of curious, in Heaven's Word and I don't know, the other expansions, Stormblood, etc., like, is it like a repeat of these bosses? Like, the Primals are coming back for the 6th time and I need to save the world again? Or is it like, does it get more complicated? Are there new villains? Another day, another god, honestly. Whose 2 aren't? I am the curious. We shall see. The Primals and the Garleans don't want to destroy the world. Kind of? I mean... I'm basically... the saving the world is, I guess, in quotations. Because... Because it's like, Ishtola was saying that it's like they're just protecting theirs, just like we're protecting ours. And the Garleans are after conquest. The Garleans will just want to rule the world. But I need to save it from them and everybody else. Lots of things getting mentioned in these current quest lines that are setting up for things that'll come up later. I'm forgetting about the certain party. Who am I forgetting about? I'm excited. I wonder how much foreshadowing I've just, like, not paid attention to yet. Who am I forgetting about? Dahlia of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills, may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Deck. Yes. Hi, Bride. What's up? I don't understand. My coworkers say this too, like as if I'm voluntarily taking days off. Like, I work because I need money. Like, why the fuck else am I going to work? Like, what? They're like, oh yeah, you can afford a day off. I'm like, bitch, what? Do you think I'm here because I'm bored? No, it's a bummer that it didn't work. Yeah, exactly. Out of just the goodness of my heart, I like to just be super stressed and deal with difficult, annoying patients. Yes. My service to humanity can suck my butt, honestly. Like, what is this nonsense? Like, I don't know. I work to survive. That's it. It's really not that deep. This, like, whole... I'm not like a patron saint. You make everyone's life better with whom you come into contact. I don't know about that bullshit, either. I doubt. I sincerely doubt. I do my best, but it's just a job. Like, yeah, I help people and it, you know, makes me feel good at the end of the day, but I would also feel good at the end of the day if I was sipping a margarita on the beach in the middle of fucking Bali. There you go. The other Scion Temple ready arrived, madam. May I show you in? Yes. I don't know. I feel like some people get like really, at least on TikTok and stuff, like they get really triggered when like, oh, you're only doing this for money, you're doing this for profit. It's like, I'm sorry. Do you go to your job because, you know, you're fun and you're bored? I don't know. Sunlight is dangerous. I agree. How you doing, Kev? I don't know if it's a bad day. No, but like I don't know what's wrong with working for money. Like, that's a totally fine reason to work. Inch, yes. When the commutes are coming together. Eventually. Give me it a month or so. I don't know. Whatever. I'm agreeing with you. Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm like, what are you saying? Like, I just work for the paycheck. I'm not a saint. Why not do it tomorrow? Because I don't want to. It's very simple. Like, if someone asks, it's like, no shit. Right? I mean, it makes me feel bad. Like, do I need, like a, what is the word I'm looking for? Like a noble reason or something? Like, I mean, I think it's cool if you want to, like, do something for noble reasons, but I work for a paycheck. I don't know. I wonder what it would be like to have a desk job. I wonder that all the time. Especially when I'm under stress. Like, extreme stress with work. I'm like, man, having a desk job seems like so chill right now. If that's the only reason, it must suck, since it's such a huge portion of one's life. I'm not saying I hate my job. I like what I do. I feel like it suits me. And, again, helping people is pretty cool. But, like, yeah, at the end of the day, I'm working for the paycheck, you know? Like, the moral gratification is sort of secondary. Like having internet, but if I didn't have to work, I would go stir crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I probably would still do some kind of job somewhere. Data entry was the worst job you ever had? I would like to do one day of desk job just to see what it's like. I wonder if I would go stir crazy. I would honestly probably get up and socialize most of the time because I can't sit still. I don't know if you've noticed, I fidget a lot. Totally no stress. I mean, it's different when... It's different when it's, like, super intense, but I actually just don't know what normal people do at desk jobs. I have no idea. I just assume people send emails. But, like, what do you talk about? Do you talk about work? It's not for you. Yeah. I have to walk around a lot. I fidget a lot. I move a lot. That's why my job is really fast-paced. So, it suits me, but, like, again, sometimes the stress is just too much. Something about water coolers and printer fax machines not working. Is that what you guys talk about in emails? Like, oh, the fax machine didn't work, or somebody named Sally is talking about her grandkids again. No idea. You are too animated to just sit at the desk and do busy work? Probably. Probably. But, like, what I do, I think suits me. At least for now. I don't get to watch movies at work, unlike some. the watching movies is for the patients. It's just sometimes if we're like really slow, I will just also watch the movie. Oh, but days like on I think what day was it? Wednesday. When I was on Wednesday at work, I was the only person on the floor. Like typically there's 2 of us, and there's, I don't know, 20-ish patients to see or so. And usually, you know, I take about half, my coworker takes about half, but I was by myself, and I had to do all of the work, and I had like a total breakdown by the end of it. Like, it was just, it's too much. Because you have to think about it, like, it's not about doing the work the fastest. I need to do the work correctly. This is like, it's treatment, you know, it's not like if I do a half-assed job, it's not okay. It's not okay, you know? Because it's like people's health is involved. So, you know, there's that pressure, you know, you need to do your job, you need to do it right. You still need to be engaging, you know, because people are frightened when they do healthcare stuff, and you have to have, like, appropriate bedside manner. And it's a lot of stress. And then I was pissing off my assistants, because my assistants are like, yo, you're spazzing. And I'm like, bro, you need to work with me, because, like, I'm having a moment. You know, it's a lot. As per my last email, Oh, yeah, that would be like, which is work talk for bitch, can you read? Yeah, basically. Basically. Yeah, I don't think, well, like, we all get under each other's skin sometimes, but I think generally speaking, we get over it. Because you're spending 40 hours a week with this handful of people. Like, you have to get along, otherwise you're gonna have a really bad time. So I think most of us get along really well. But, you know, we all have days. Like, they saw how stressed I was by the end of the day, and I apologized. I was like, hey, like, assistants, like, I'm sorry if I was spazzy, like, you understand I'm under a lot of pressure. They understood, but still, it was just like, it's a lot. So, yeah, some days are just like, this sucks. And then some days I'm like, man, I love my job. I could just sit and watch movies all day. There's balance somewhere. But I like my paycheck, and if I didn't get a paycheck, I don't know if I would do it, you know? Which I think is reasonable. I think I can say that for most people. Anyway, that's my tangent. There you go.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty.
Thank you. I'll be here all weekend.
I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Hello, little cabbage. Good to see you.
Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
Oh, I was just there.
Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
How much you want to bet? He's gonna try to kill me. Your job is fun most of the time. Today was kind of annoying since a bunch of stuff went wrong and had to be fixed. That sounds stressful. I don't like stress.
The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear
Yes.
friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
How will I avoid this? How will I avoid conflict? Ah, man, you're so cute.
You have my thanks.
We can try. I don't know if Ramuh is gonna feel like open to conversation though.
Pray make for little solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Ominous. Okay. So where are we going? Where is Little Solace? I see you shiver. My head, you missed it. When I first mounted this up, it surprised me, and I squealed. It's so pretty and sparkly. I love him. I love him so much. Thank you. I love it. It's the cutest thing. I did. I completely, like, I just went to the next zone and I mounted up and I completely forgot. And I'm like, he did. The anticipation is killing me. Nice thing was you were complaining about it weeks ago because it was stupid. Went wrong, so now I finally got the higher ups to see that it was stupid and we could do it properly. Look at you! You noticed the problem long ago. Have you been at this particular job a long time, Prof? You gotta watch the VOD. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Dahlia of the Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramuh himself. An inevitable task. But one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location of the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. No thank you. 6 years? That's crazy. I've been at my job for 2.5, and it's I want to say about the longest I've been at a job. Because I think the other job that I was at was about 2 years. Oh man. I feel like it takes a lot of commitment to be there at one place for so long. I don't know how people do it for 20 years. But most of my coworkers, I want to say, have been there for at least... Because I'm one of the newer hires, and I've been there 2.5 years. Ish. The newest hire is like 9 months. And then everybody else is like 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Like, everybody's just been there. So, it's pretty cool. There's lots of carbuncle furnishings and other things for when you get an apartment or a house. Oh my god, yes! I want to collect all of them. That's so bad. A giant squeaky carbuncle is spooky. It's not spooky, it's cute! It's called laziness. You just don't leave and keep coming in? What do you mean? I mean, no. Well, I don't know if I would ever be that lazy. Like, that's the thing. Because I'm not a business owner... Oh, that's a fucking whale. I'm not a business owner. If I get, like, a whiff of not being satisfied somewhere, and I have, like, the ability to leave, like, I would just leave. But I know for other people... but what if there's, like, a financial thing? Like, they can't afford to leave? Like, you know, the benefits are good. They have, like, family... I don't know. There's a lot of factors that play into staying at a job for a long time. I wouldn't just say it's laziness. But it's so much more complicated. Leaving an impression. Ha! That's so bad. That's so bad. You need to work, otherwise you'll be bored. I need to work for my paycheck. Boredom is kind of nice too, but I need the paycheck. I was told that a messenger will be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Took off 10 months? That's lucky. What the hell? This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summon Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please, please, come with this one. Oh, please don't escort me. Oh, fuck. I feel too guilty to do that sort of thing, which is silly, but you can't change that. Guilty to leave or guilty to stay? Look how cute I am in this little bouncy. A panda. Where do I have to go? I'm so cute. To leave. I've never felt that way. But I'm pretty comfortable. We have some people who have been there for over 30 years, kind of crazy people at the job before you were born. That's wild. But again, like, if it's good that they stay that long, like, if their pay is good, their, I don't know, benefits are good and stuff, like, I hope to be out of job for 30 years, you know? Like, then you know how everything works, you're comfortable, you're able to live. I'm pretty happy. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Oh, please don't make me actually follow you. Venture we go. I'm so sparkly. He's so cute. I'd have to change what I do. My field sort of died out. Really? I don't know if, well, I don't know if I'm at the point that I need a midlife crisis, but I thought about it. A lot of people in my field, like, leave. Not always, but like, they'll completely go off and do something totally different. Like, my best friend does the same line of work I do, and well, she's still working, but like, now she has also a small business on the side, you know? My sister-in-law does what I do, and now she's helping my brother with his business. Like, all people in my field kind of do other things. Hello! Hello, hello. I am not a nurse, but I would say you're close, but don't keep guessing, because I don't want to tell you specifically. I like your enthusiasm. These are really cute emotes. It must be nice to have a side thing. My side thing is Twitch. Thank you so much for being here. But it's mostly just for fun. I don't know if you can call it a side thing. I'm a tail doc. Yes, I examine dogs' tails. That sounds weird. But, yeah. Can you call this a side thing? Kind of. It's more of a hobby. I enjoy this game very much. It's so much fun. Just become a big-time Twitch streamer. I don't know how to do that. Actually, I do know how to do that. I can't commit. I don't want to stream 7 days a week. I really don't. I can stream for like 5 or 6 hours, and then I'm just like... I don't know, I gotta go do something else. Thank you. Professional animal petter. I wish. Become a Twitch streamer? I can't. I don't know how. So we play more. 7 days a week is not necessary. I stream 3 days. But the thing is, I also take lots of days off. Like, I took 4th of July weekend off, like, a few weeks ago. And that's not good for continuity. Would I stream full-time? I used to. So, when COVID was very, very, like, a big thing and nobody was working, I was staying home a lot because my work was closed. And I streamed 7 days a week. I streamed every day for, like, 6 hours. The secret is a bathtub stream. I think so. I think that's still a thing. But I don't want to stream after work anymore. Like, I don't want to do that. But I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, I don't know if it matters so much, but like, I don't check how many people come in my streams anymore like I used to. When I was streaming just chatting, I had like twice or 3 times the amount of viewers. But like, I got bored of doing that, you know? So it's like, I rather play video games now and just chill. I feel like it's much more relaxed. Everyday streams. I know, that was so much, Prof. That was so much. Like, I don't even mind playing video games every day. But every day, the socializing because I got pretty tired. Thank you. But, So not every day. I think 3 days a week is fine. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how people stream from, like... Basically from when they get home until, like, midnight. Like, I do other things. I watch anime and chill and relax. So, that's why I can't stream, excuse me, on weekdays. Yes, I am maining a summoner. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. But I probably should play my Dragoon just to level it up. Okay, let me go talk. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramuh, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so, this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. People with jobs of 3 or 4 days, at least 3 or 4 hours.
Good job!
Thanks, Tony. Long time no see, dude. How you been? I mean, I don't know. I think my stream schedule is fine. But you... I don't know. I wouldn't call myself a content creator. I don't create content. I just play video games. I don't make TikToks. I don't really make YouTube videos. I'm kind of just here. I don't know. You're leveling ninja. Oh man. I don't know anything about astrologia. Hello. Let's just invite. Invite, where are you? Oh, I can't invite you because I'm not the party leader. What is that? Is that a llama? Thank you. What is this? Bio, can you make me party leader? Minion guide. Your YouTube channel says otherwise. My YouTube channel is my VODs exported. I probably should export the clips as well. I actually should make some of my own clips. I feel like I should do that. But I'm really lazy. I don't know. Maybe if I put more effort in. But full-time streamer, I don't know. Professional streamer.
That's what she said.
You're killing me, Tony. Oh, it's a unicorn. It's so cute. Look at it. Hello. Oh man, it's adorable. Thank you. Who needs that? It's not, effort doesn't always mean success, but it doesn't hurt, you know? You gotta trick Fizy into streaming more. I don't know when I would do it. I'm really busy. How you been, Tony? I love Bard. I don't think I've really seen very much Bard playing. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded self-tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc on their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite an ordeal. You should have seen the look on Ishtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Oh dear. That's quite enough, Lema. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity to the area, and I'm pleased to say that I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramuh was called forth in the vicinity of the Self's Aetherite. Come, Dahlia, the Lord of Levin awaits. Bio, can you make me party leader? Or invite Mehed? Where are you? Are you AFK? So help me. Oh, might be good you only stream on weekends, not sure your sleep schedule would survive more. Profit, no, what it actually is, well, first of all, the sleep schedule. You're like, all of my streamers are on like a rotation, and I can't watch two at once. This is one of the places quest parts got cut. Oh, really? Bio. Is this fool here? Don't help me. Bio. Bio. Can you make me party leader or invite Mehed? Thank you. Does anyone else want to come with? Where is this? I probably have to finish the quest real quick, but just throwing that out there. We do have room. It's over here somewhere. Oh, you guys are here already. My bad. Thank you. Yes, I'll pick you up in just a moment. It's an angry cabbage. Ah! The fuck, that scared the shit out of me.
Nora betrays thee, sir. Hiding.
Sorry, that scared me. Ramuh? That is one marvelous beard. Holy shit. Ooh.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Yes, I am the awesome.
I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs?
His hand looks really, really, really small. Or maybe because his beard is so damn large.
The Gridanians proffer peace?
Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
Well.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Trigger rotations like A to B to C, and Bard is like A and triggered C, now go back to B. That sounds like a headache.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
His beard must be so heavy. Ah, interesting.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
I will. I have the crystal.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
Yes, they gave me the crystal.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Yes.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial.
So you're gonna try to beat me up?
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Good luck, man. Well.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Well, if you insist, old man.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
Hello.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
That's okay, you can be a nerd.
I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Okay, you can watch. Alright. How many of you guys can I take with me? Striking tree. Eight. Okay, perfect. Do you want to come too? I'm going to assume yes. Alright. Anybody else? We have room for one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 in here. It's a trial. Ah. Speak now, or just watch me die, I guess. Either way. Okay. Your online wife. Oh my. How you doing, officer? Haven't seen you in a bit. How's life? Kill ads. If you get stunned, someone has to bring their lightning AoE to unstun. Yikes. You're in primal. Okay. Okay, Kev. You just been going crazy? Poor Kay. Trial. This is trial. We want striking tree. You all have spoiled me. I'm not used to waiting for a queue anymore. You never tried the data center transfer when it was prime time? I actually have never done it. I really don't know how it works. Aha! Alright, we ready? Nope. How long is the longest that it's taken? It's so pretty. I was just gonna comment, I'm like, the music is very, like, raw. Do you remember? Okay, hang on. Okay, where's the music? Gonna hurt. Alright, Grandpa. There was one song. I don't remember which day it was, but I kept mentioning how this was like such a banger. But I, for the life of me, cannot remember where it was. I might need to go back and watch it more. But I fell in love with one of the songs. Now I just remember what it is. Okay, this isn't so bad. But I figure we haven't gotten to the ads yet. Alright. People have enough sense to target the ads. be following you, I'm just sort of following you. There we go. This is fine. We're doing fine. I'm doing fine. Tombstones! I didn't spend them! Shit! I hope they go to my inventory and they're not, like, locked out. I hope they go to the mail. That went well. Can you just go poop? Really? Each one raises its attack by a little bit. Ah. Fuck. Okay. Let me go to... I'm so annoyed. I just lost so many tombstones in.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Oh, excuse me.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Well.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians.
Listen, Grandpa was asking for it. I think he was kind of into that. Hi, Enzo! Let's hear it, Kef. I'm open to learning and hopefully remembering what I'm taught.
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
I need to go buy more clothes. Okay, so let's finish this quest, and then I shall go and pick up Revenant's Toll. Thank you for the run, my friends. Look how pretty I am and I sparkle. Alrighty. Who do I report to? Dahlia, you've returned. Dare I ask how Ramuh received your visit? Well, I kicked his ass. So there's that. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well then that you have...
That's what she said.
I had actually... I do it. It is well that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gudania and Little Starless will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Dahlia. The Seed Seer must be informed of your deeds at once. Do I have to go and tell her what little gods are made of? Alright. The Elder Seed Seer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Britannia and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nufika's altar will be expecting you. Very well. Still working, but it's Friday after. It's Friday, right? My days are all over the place. It doesn't feel like Friday. I'm like, why are you working? It's a day off. Like, normal people should be working. I should be working. But alas, here we are. Is there something else besides 130 gear that I should be spending this on? Because I'm just literally just gonna spend it on this. Okay. Because I don't like that I'm capped. Where is it? Yeah, I don't like that I'm capped. I always want to leave it open. Minions? Oh, where? I mean, is it worth it? My character right now, everything is 130 or 115. I should spend it on gear? Unless you're going to make a relic weapon. Nah, not right now. You might need to change your view on work. I live to work instead of work to live. I work to live. Yeah, I think so. I used to live to work. But that was, I mean, it's mostly just so I could live on my own. That was my biggest thing. But now, I was talking to my boss about this, actually. Because he was telling me that we keep getting more days off. And he was like, I remember when you first started, you were so worried about days off and stuff. And I was like, honestly, I was saving up to buy a house. And me not working was putting that dream at a delay. But now that I have my house, like, and I can afford my monthly bills, like, everything else is just, like, a bonus. Everything else is, like, travel money, vacation money, like... I'm good. I'm happy. So if we get a day off, I'm like, fuck yeah! So, it's pretty good. 130 gear doesn't get outclassed until level 55 Heavens where a dungeon drops. So, what would you recommend? Just spend it on gear? Try and get into the habit of using Radiant Aegis if you know the wide raid. Raid wide is coming, even normal trials and raids hit like trucks. You're right. I think I have it on here too. Where is it? Where do I have Resident Aegis? Where did I put that? Oh, here it is. It's number 9. That's why it's all the way over there. Creates a barrier on the self. You're right. I really should be using this as just like a self buff. How long does this last? About a minute? I'm curious. Can I just... Yeah. No. You're absolutely right. I should have my buffs. Just for... so I don't get murdered. I should be casting that as soon as it begins and basically keep it up. Thank you! I will try to remember this, but I might have a tendency to forget. Usually the priority is weapon, chest, legs, and then remaining left side gear. After that, fill the right side. Okay. So my main hand is currently a 110. We can raise that. We can raise the 110. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Kill exchange. That's not what I wanted either. Oh, I have Rowena's tokens. I should do that later. Who's who? Am I talking to the right person? I am... Oops, that's not what I am. I am a summoner. They don't have weapon saves. Did I click the wrong one? Special arms? What is other? Where would it be under? Accessories, others, weapons. Does it not have a weapons? Did they not have weapons? Other had the minions. Okay, let me get my... Let's put that there. So chest, head, body. Body is 130. Legs. I mean, I would like to spend it on the weapon because the weapon is only 110, but it doesn't look like they have that. I have plenty though. Yeah, everything's 115. I'll do legs. And then feet as well. Elena does have the recommended gear. She does? Oh, this isn't her name. Oh, this one. I clicked the wrong lady. Under Ironworks. Thank you. $600. Jesus Christ. That's so expensive! Recommended gear. I like how the other one looked more. I would like to glam this, actually. No. I don't think that's part of my glam, though. No. Can I glam my primary... Cast Glamour. What on earth was it? Was it this one? I don't remember if it was... No. Return. Oh, all my glamour prisms are with my retainer. Son of a gun. Yeah, I want this one. I want this one more than anything. The Kimiru Grimoire. This looks dope as fuck. But you can't stack glams? I just want this one item done, though. But all of my... Where's my retainer? Is there a retainer bell here? Is glamour like transmog? Yes. Oh my god, you play WoW? Oh, hello? I don't know what I did. Who is this? I'm in a trade, but I... Oh, thank you, sir. I don't need that many. Are you sure you want to give me that many? That's a lot. Okay. Thank you. He got it for me, feature. Thank you. Can you show me the bell, actually, anyway? Just so I can see for next time. Don't put your hands on your hips. Ah, okay. Hi, Depressed. Okay, I will call my mans when I need him. Thank you. Let me cast my glam on my grimoire. See, now that looks dope. Look at that. Look how beautiful that grimoire is. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now that I look presentable, and I've spent all of my tomes and my Summoner's 121. That's not bad. Where's my gear set? That's not bad. My Dragoon is still higher, but that's just because I have him decked out. They're pretty much Father Ground Company seals are full anyway. Fix my shit, please. I really should pop one of those potions that saves, that has higher durability. I did used to play WoW. I played a lot of WoW. What class did you play? I recently quit, but WoW has a tendency to bring me back, and I've tried resisting going back for a very long time. I almost played it yesterday, but I know once I start, it's going to be a every day. For my date? Oh, yes. I'm in rehab, basically. I just need to stay off the juice, and I'm fine. As long as I have my Diet Cokes. I'm not willing to compromise on Diet Cokes. Welcome back, Honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. The Elder Seer awaits you within. Final Fantasy XIV is amazing. It's fun. It's very fun. There's an event coming up, apparently. And I get something about, like, having temporary events and limited time items, like, gets me very, very excited. So, when I played WoW, I did all of the seasonal events. Every single one. I got every mount for every seasonal event. And then I got like it's like a completionist reward. If you do all of the seasonal events, get all of the whatever, for each event, you get like a mount at the very end. It takes a whole year to complete that achievement, and I did it. Is it worth it? The story is not as deep. If you're playing WoW for the story, you're going to be slightly disappointed, especially coming after this. Visually, this game is a lot prettier than WoW. I feel like WoW has a lot of nostalgia, and a lot of people who play it have been long-time players, you know? I don't know if it's something that I would get into now. Like, unless, like, whatever reason is drawing you to it, I would say ask that question first. Because the story is not as good, and the graphics aren't as nice. But there is a lot to the game. Like, it's a very large game. It has 15 years of stuff to do, but at the same time, they don't update it very often. I mean, granted, I'm not very far into this game, but I feel like there's a lot to do. WoW also has a lot to do, but the things in WoW are very much time-gated. So if you have the time commitment and you're willing to do it, you're willing to grind. That's a big thing. You're willing to grind, then you'll be satisfied. And grinding stuff in WoW is very enjoyable to me. Like, I really like doing repetitive things. I don't know what it is. It gets me really excited. I don't know why. So, if you like doing repetitive things, WoW will be totally up your alley. You missed the boat on WoW. Being broke as a kid meant you sucked playing RuneScape. I played RuneScape as well. I didn't play it for very long. But I got into WoW right after I graduated college, honestly. Because my ex got me into WoW, and he's like, you need to play this game. Because he used to play it ever since he was little. But I got into it, and then it sucked at my life. Because, again, there's like 15 years worth of content, and I want to experience all of that content. I went through all of the stories, I went through all of the raids, all of the dungeons, all of the zones. I got, like, I collected all of the mounts, collected all the pets, like, in my opinion, I experienced the game. Like, yeah, I haven't been playing it as long as some other people, but I spent tons of time in it, you know. So I feel like I got, good time investment. Oh, you quit a few years ago, came back for WoW Classic Vanilla. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. At the same time, Fizz is slacking a lot in the story. Yes, you're glad you moved to 14. Enjoy it a lot now. The community is also much nicer here, and I say it again. Like, the people here are so much more polite and kind and welcoming, and I feel like WoW, I don't know why, has a much more toxic player base. Granted, I am just doing story right now, but still. This is the most played MMO. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's beat WoW. I think WoW has a pretty... Like, the player base in WoW, I think, is declining because Blizzard keeps just fucking over their clients, but I think it might still be beating out 14? I don't know. Oh, you might have kept playing it, but they changed how combat worked and you couldn't cope. Did give old school a shot. I tried vanilla WoW, but I started playing WoW when Legion was live, so this is like 12 years after the game originally launched. So I'm playing the game here when everybody who's, you know, playing it started over here, and they have all of this like nostalgia, and now when Classic came out, they're like, oh yeah, just like the old days. So I played Classic, and I'm like, the fuck is this? Like, I feel like you're just giving me a handicap. And it sucked, and I didn't want to do that anymore. It's a different experience. Absolutely. You don't touch MMOs, it's dangerous waters. You played WoW when it first came out. Yeah, it's absolutely dangerous. I don't know how people balance MMOs with other video games. I feel like for me, I mean, I have a tendency to become obsessed with games. So I typically play one game excessively, and then I have to drop it and start something else. So that's why when I'm playing this game, I'm sort of doing it in small increments, that I don't let it ruin my life. Because, again, the seasonal event or something is coming up on Monday, and I've already written down how much of the currency I need because I'm obsessive and I want all of the limited time items because I'm crazy. Depressed. Activision Blizzard created a toxic environment. You think? How did they do that? They're playing on nostalgia, 100%. Did Wrath of the Lich King come out yet? 14 and WoW are pretty close for concurrent numbers, but WoW certainly has far more people overall. It's history. Because I believe WoW is older, right? Like, it was like the first trailblazer in MMOs. I mean, not like the first, but you know what I mean. They're gonna release Wrath soon. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. You get to the final boss, do you lose interest? No! Really? That's the worst time to stop playing, though. You have fun of Blizzard, but more fun of their RTS games. Yeah, that was... I didn't go into any of those. I feel like I would be very challenging. Lost Ark? I did not play it. I saw people play it. But there's always going to be, like, MMOs and stuff. Like, they're going to come and go. But, like, I don't know. I feel like this game has such a solid, like, backing. Like, this is gonna thrive. WoW is always gonna thrive, regardless of how much they try to fucking destroy that game. Like, I keep up, sort of, because I watch Asmongold sometimes, and I watch, like, parts of, like, the deep streams, where, like, they announce the new Dragonflight and this and that and stuff, and it's like, it looks interesting. Would I play it? I don't know. Maybe. It's tempting, because, like, you have this promise of, like, new mounts, new zones, like, but, like, I don't know, just the latest expansions have been so bad. And, I don't know. Like, for me, in WoW, I don't enjoy questing at all. Because all of it is like, go kill 3 bears, pick up the pelts, and turn them in. Like, the tasks are not, like, relevant to the story as much. With this game, like, it sort of guides you through bosses and story, and it's like, there's a destination. You can't do another Korean MMO after DFO. 4K. WoW started in 14. 14 1.0 was in 2010. That's a big difference. But 2.0 and AR was 2013. Yeah, WoW is fucking old. Like, I've seen, like, the photos of people playing WoW on, like, the big clunky computers, and it's like, hot damn. That's a throwback. Like, when my computer was that large, that it was, you know, you had to wait 5 minutes for the internet to load, like, I don't even know if I was playing any real video games back then. Like, the stuff that came in CDs, you know, I think cereal boxes gave you a game. That's what you would do. You just pop it in and play. I don't know. It was very primitive, but yeah. Like, I don't know how people, like, how did you get into MMOs back then? Like, how do you start playing a game like that? Because I had never heard of WoW up until I started, like, high school. You're turning to dust. Old WoW is different if you haven't played it back then. It's not the same. Yeah, no, it's a different game now. And, you know, I understand games evolve and change and stuff. That's normal, I get it. But, I don't know. If you don't enjoy it anymore, don't play it. Alright, let me talk to this lady. She's been waiting.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
I kicked his ass is what I did, ma'am.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all.
I tell you, we just kill him.
Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off.
Her necklace reminds me
On
of a cow.
behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Tell me her necklace doesn't look like a cow that's upside down. If you come into WoW and know nothing about add-ons and parsing, how far will you get? Not that far.
Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
It's an omen. Like, in WoW, I have a lot. I mean, me as someone who doesn't even do PvP, who hardly does like current content or dungeons, like I still had damage meters, I still had like DPS checks, like everything, like I had all these add-ons. And I don't even give a shit. Like, if it was a new player, the advice I would give is just to do quests. Just do quests, follow the story, that's it. Like, don't even worry about anybody else. Or leveling, or damage and stuff. It's like when you're doing like endgame content, when you're doing raids, people will check your DPS because otherwise if you're just dead weight, they don't want to have you on the team. Which I get it. Like, I always made sure that my DPS was like on par if I was doing raids. But like, that's too much pressure, dog. I just want to enjoy myself. Like, it's too much stress. It's a game. Like, unless you're competing for like money, like it's really not that serious. Your first MMO was in 2001. MU Online. MU? Is an isometric medieval fantasy MMORPG produced by Webzen, a Korean gaming company, introduced in 2001. It's still being supported and updated. That's cool. It's not a game, it's a second job. I mean, is it paying you money? Then it's not a job. Just wait until you do endgame dungeons. I swear to God, if I become a tryhard, somebody please remind me that I need to be sane. I'm not playing a summoner because I play. No, hunters in WoW suck. Okay, we'll make fun of the hunters. No, I did not play a hunter. I played a warlock. The best way to play WoW in 2022 is not to play WoW. I know. It could be a second job if you take it too seriously. I mean, I did spend like 15 hours a day playing it, but I wasn't working then. There's some toxic people you met in endgame content. I would be very curious to see them. But we're not anywhere close. Thus ends the daunting mission, eh? I had hoped Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Dahlia? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? 2 years on MU, it was enough to make you realize that you're never going to touch another MMO anymore, especially when the first thing on your mind is what gears you're going to get. 100%. I would wake up, I would exercise, and then I would spend 15 hours playing this game. Like, I don't have it anymore. Well, maybe I do. Somewhere. Like, I have notebooks of gear I was trying to get, of currencies, like, it consumed so much of my time. To the point! Hi, North! Hi, guys! Raiders of the North Seal. I'm here to nick your beer. Hi! Were you guys playing Skyrim? I saw that you were online this morning, but I haven't gotten a chance to really watch. But I think I've seen you were playing Skyrim not too long ago. I'll become a serious raider? I doubt it. But literally, I would get upset if I had to do, like, real life stuff, and I did not have enough time to do my WoW stuff. I would cry. I would cry, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? This is a video game. Red Dead 2? Thank you so much. Red Dead, huh? I have seen... My brother played Red Dead. He was super into Rockstar games. I think he played both of them, but I don't think I've seen the second one. Real life stuff? What's that? Like going to socialize. Like, I did not go to family events and stuff. I mean, granted, I don't like them very much anyway. But I didn't go because I'm like, no, if I go, I'm not gonna have time to do my dailies in WoW. Like, I was so bad. I was so bad. How dare you have fun? This is serious business. I mean, my priorities were skewed. I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing video games, but like, there has to be balance, and I did not have any balance. Never played the first one. Really? Do you have to play the first one in order to enjoy the story of the second one? But Final Fantasy XIV, I think, is going really well. We've fought a boss, and... oh, I can just use this. We just kicked Ramuh's butt, so that was kind of nice. One of your buddies that works at Rockstar. She works on Red Dead. Not sure if you touched 2. I don't know if I could work with video games for my job. That sounds like it would get really frustrating. It does enhance it? Okay. Yeah, so on, we're playing this game on Fridays and Sundays. On Saturdays, we are currently playing Fallout New Vegas. And I feel like we're in the heart of the game right now. The meat and potatoes, if you will. And everything's getting juicy. So I'm very excited to play that tomorrow. But Red Dead is actually on my list, along with a multitude of other things, because my list is anything. I kicked the butt of an old man is really what I just did. 2 is a prequel. Oh, I had no idea! Crunch period, usually the worst part of games, so your friends are putting 100 hours a week. I mean, if they're getting paid well, I hope so. But like, I figure like, testing bugs and stuff gets really annoying. Or if you're, I don't know, coding. No, thank you. I kicked him in the beard. That I did. That I did. 2 is a prequel. Sir, you're playing this game. You don't know that? I didn't know that, but granted, I don't know anything about the game. I beat a grandpa. I know. I should be ashamed of myself. But you know what? He was asking for it, so... maybe he was into that. I don't know. Welcome back, Dahlia. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. Ah, I know nothing, Jon Snow. Whatever happened to the Game of Thrones TV show?
If everyone is ready, let us begin.
I am being so spoiled with these voice-acted scenes. This is amazing.
Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor.
Yeah.
I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus.
Elidibus.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
But I thought they had like a prequel TV show coming. Like before the Game of Thrones. I don't remember. I vaguely remember them mentioning something. I think I finished the show, because yeah, it was bad. Didn't they have like a prequel series or spin-off or something? Ah, okay.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
Put him in a box.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence.
This poor man. He's gonna die before he finishes these novels.
In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension.
Right, because that was the guy... Yes, I remember
The
this.
etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
So what does that mean?
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Man, I hate it when we have to recall something. Because that means I have to read it, because she's not going to repeat it herself. Son of a bitch. Minfilia, please.
Let us begin at what some might call the end.
I feel like
When
I've
we
heard
who
this
dwell
once
in the
before.
material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
Yes. Oh.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
Is this reincarnation?
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Okay.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
Okay.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
Okay.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Should I be writing this down? Should I be taking notes? I don't pay attention very well.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Okay.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
Okay.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
Ah, okay.
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Okay.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Okay.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
So that's an Ascian?
The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
So, but what is there?
For a
what?
mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus, if we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
So they're just souls who...
Therein
didn't
lieth
pass
the
on.
path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Okay, so didn't I say we need to trap them? Like, wasn't that the first thing I said? Just put them in a box? Hi, Shark! I'm just saying.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul.
But now I have a question. So these souls that have not made it through to the other side to reincarnate, that have become Asians, but the Asians want to bring their deity to life, right? Like something, I don't really remember much about the Asians, but there was like a god or something, like we have the one true god, right? Or something like that. But how did they become, like, sentient enough to be, like, congregate and have this, like, common goal? Because they seem like rogue souls to me. Zodiac. How did they all just congregate and have this common goal?
Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
Bitchphilia, you're not helping at all. Like, thank you for this not helpful sentence. She gets on my nerves, I'm sorry.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan.
Okay.
Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
Okay, at least I feel like I'm asking the right questions. Because I'm like, if these are rogue souls, how are they all just friends now? Okay.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
I'm paying attention, sort of.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian.
Oh, I forgot about them.
Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
Give me a break, Riange.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
That is like the epitome of don't worry, it'll be fine. Just have faith. Give me a break. Give me a break, game. Oh, here we go. Spooky. The Lord of Levin is returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. And the limitless potential of man, Hydaelyn's servant grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. What? All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted to forge the final key. What does this mean? And that is a task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands they shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Okay, yeah. I mean, this looks dope. That looks frightening. Oh my god. That's frightening. So they want to do something to get the key to bring the god back. All the gears are turning. A Keyblade? I've only played one of the Kingdom Hearts games. That's all I could sit through. Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would like to show you. What is that? It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless efforts to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Titan, Ifrit, Garuda, Good King Mogul Mog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there is only one among our numbers to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel like they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all you've done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Dahlia, and Eorzea is much the safer for your presence. Pray, do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such a time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them a hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has been ever long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solus who wish not of conflict. Of Alize who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. I miss Alize. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent, and given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Is this Alfino? Ah, it's this. I knew I sensed his tone of voice. Alfino, I take it the troubles in Ul'dah are no longer require your attention. You don't like Alize? Why not? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. Our order, aka Dahlia, doing all the work. 100%. I need a crown, I swear. That and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. New organization? I have a message from you from LA. You recall the refugee girl. The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass her on her thanks. Why, Alfino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Oh my god. So funny. Dahlia, you have been away from Ravenous Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest you put the affairs of our realm to one side for a moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Dovin children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name? I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him a visit? Ma'am, I am not doing errands right now. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Alize takes screen time from your best boy Alfino. I mean, they look the same. You can admire their looks. It's fine. It's for the kids. This is not publicity stunt time. I do not need what is it called when you go try to appeal to people? Like, you know, you go and mingle with the common folk so you look better. I don't need to do these things. Where is he? Oh, he's right here. I don't need the PR. I'm already famous. I sound so cocky. I'm sorry. I need more coffee. Look, it's Miss Dahlia. She's back from her adventures. We had heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all of the Domans. Do you think you could train us today, Miss Dahlia? Maybe you could show us how to fight the primals. Oh no. What's all of this commotion for then? You guys do it. I don't know who you are. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coltant. Coltant? Did you know that Miss Dahlia is back? Have I seen you people before? So it would seem. Welcome home, Dahlia. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltant. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the young Doman younglings in their arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We're adventurers. And we were just asking Miss Dahlia if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? I'm not babysitting. I don't want to do it. Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Dahlia? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary. If I didn't know better, and I do, I'd say you are merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Ahaha, well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Dahlia? Would you consent to spar with me? I would beat your ass. If you weren't arrogant, I wouldn't watch. Give me a break, Shark. Hurrah, we're going to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. The hearts of those two broke to realize you don't know them. I don't know a lot of people. I can't be expected to remember all of their names. Do try to not disappoint them. Yikes. Have faith. Colton, I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. The field to the east of town should prove as suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Yikes. Well, if you insist. Wait, which way is out? There we go. Nope, that way. I give him 30 seconds. Oop. It was good of you to agree to this, Dahlia. I trust you're ready to begin. Oh, pardon me, my friends. I must needs leave the party so I can do this quest. It's been a long time since I've done like a little instance like this. I remember when we first started that I got my ass beat so regularly because I didn't know how to play my classes. It was really embarrassing. The game had to offer me like, do you want to do this on an easier difficulty? At least twice. It was so sad. Very well, let's not keep the youngins waiting any longer. Hoary, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? This is Dahlia, you know. What better way to test my mettle? Pray, allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Dahlia to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear that the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Okay, so I have a question now. How long has it been since I showed up in Eorzea? Like, what is the span of time that has passed? The worst disrespect in any game. I know! Like, just because I'm losing constantly doesn't give you the right. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? A few months? That's it? I've done all of this in a few months. Time is a myth. Oh my god. Yida? What? Who are all of these people? Oh, this is the watch party. Oh, I'd be so embarrassed. When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Oh my god, I would crawl into a rock. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Dahlia's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. Oh no. You'd best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation's at stake. They haven't confirmed. Ah, okay. Just curious. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. Yikes. You can win, Mr. Boulder. Yikes. We shall soon see. On your guard. I'm afraid. What is this smile? Get out of here. Ah, that was fast. Whoops. Now what? I can't kill him. So this is how I like to beat bosses. Just like smack around a little bit. Like, does it add insult to injury that I'm dancing around him? I think that went tremendously well. Hi, DB! Ugh, I'm a woman of the people. Yes, yes. Do you remember anything about the music? Oh, okay. From the other day that I couldn't remember? We were in some sort of instance. Oh shoot. I don't remember how many days ago it was. Let me think. I'm drawing a blank. It wasn't that long ago though. Imagine if I killed them on accident. I mean, it could happen. Hey. Okay. You've bested me. I yield. That was incredible. She beat both of them at the same time. Who are you? Ah, oh, we knew you couldn't lose, Dahlia. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. I know. Thank you. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I've much work to do. I've ever to attempt the same. That's okay, teacher. You did your best. Impressive as always, Dahlia. It is ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service of the Battle of Cartano. What? Really? At the time, I was attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. Right, because when we first met, they didn't talk to me. They did not speak a word. We just happened to be at the same place, same time. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Yikes. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, and the nations too self-involved and unstable. "'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible." Well, that's heavy. "'Twas you who taught me, that through countless acts of bravery, that my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for his inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish, a wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own." Aww, that's so cute. "I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of a guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No. What is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders." I thought we do that already. Did we not do that already? "If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones." Well. It did. It's not my fault. I'm just here. Oh, righty. Let us venture back. Oop. I'm like, I thought we were already an organization. You can only be so many places. Are we cloning me? Like, I know I'm saving the world, etc. Where is this? Oh, for Pete's sake. Ah, damn it. But really. I don't know if I want to be cloned. One of me is plenty. Imagine if there was 3 of me. I don't know if you guys would be able to handle that. My poor mother wouldn't be able to handle that. Thank you for coming, Dahlia. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. I don't know, man. Just send the clones to work that you can chill and stream. There you go. But I don't know. I feel like me and my clones would argue because which clone has to stay home, you know? If I had a clone, I would fight myself. Like, I feel like we would accomplish a lot. Like, my clone and I would get shit done. But, like, which clone goes to work? Like, we would have to have a schedule where we, like, trade places every day or something. Because it's like, I don't want to go to work every day. She doesn't want to go to work every day. Like, we need a balance, you know? Exactly, Don. I'd be like, I go on Mondays and Tuesdays. You go Wednesdays and Thursdays. Somewhere in the middle. But then what about dating? How would that work? I'm overcomplicating a hypothetical situation. Symmetrical violence never solves anything. I just picture Spider-Man, you know, at the meme where he's like pointing at himself. That's what I picture. Let me grab my second cup of coffee, even though it's kind of late. Don't tell anybody. I need a little more coffee. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. You know, I was just thinking this. I feel like it's been a long time since we've, like, unlocked a dungeon. I think the next couple ones were, MSQ tied, but... Hello! Hello, hello, my baby. Are you being good? Where's your sister, huh? Okay, go play. Go play so I can play game. Okay. Let's talk to Alfie. So I want to know what this new organization is called. I forgot my elbow brace again. Son of a bitch. It's too late. Hey, forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Okay. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the 3 nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together to a single entity. 2.4. I'm not even bit close to that yet, am I? The optional dungeons you unlocked were sprinkled through the patch. Ah, okay. I guess I just kind of did it at once. It's called the Akatsuki. There's a short guy on the team and an emo kid with a short gun. I like the guy that makes things blow up. Because, you know, art is an explosion. Like, should I insert the Akatsuki music? I feel like it would be so perfect right here. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against the threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of this formation have become the source of endless debate. Yeah, who's gonna fund this? And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hoped to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation, according to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. I mean, but honestly, how is this any different than the Scions? Like, because we transcend borders. Deidara is useless? How dare you? He's not useless. I mean, granted, everybody besides, like... Oh, man. I feel like I need all of the Akatsuki members, like, just put here for a second. Hang on. It's like, I need the whole gang in one photo. I mean, okay, so... I mean, they're all okay. I mean, I feel like fucking Itachi is, like, so OP that nobody else can really contend with him. What he's doing sounds more like mercenaries. Ah, okay. Because I'm just like, we are an organization that transcends borders. Nagato is okay. Deidara is okay. I don't know. They're all kind of okay. Miss Ma'am, if you're gonna hang here, I need you to not do that. Also being a primarily military outfit, I'm into assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. You're giving Minfilia a military power? That seems a little intense. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you and yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. But how? This is not a good idea. I don't know. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing our formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. You lose a lot of manpower when the Waking Sands was stormed. That being said, you need more grunts. But I don't know how I feel about this, honestly. Because, like, you have, you know, Ulda's power, and then you have the forest, and then the Maelstrom. And it's like, I feel like we would hold so much power. Hidan, you like Hidan? The Immortal guy was fun. I think they were all very fun. Like, I don't know. I enjoyed watching all of them. But, you know, there was definitely a discrepancy of power. He's fine. He knows what he's doing. I don't know. I don't know that. But before we can move forward with establishing the precursor to this true border-spanning grand company, it is yet necessary that I visit 3 leaders and gain their official approval. Like, we're literally gonna take bodies from them. Like, why would I want to yield bodies from the safety of my people, you know, who protect us? Why would I want to give them to your organization? Like, what incentive is there for me? Besides, like, you know, impending doom, but whatever, who's keeping track? A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. We're building an army. Are we going to take over the world? Is Minfilia the final boss? Thank you. It is reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Libinsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Like most anime, power levels are based on plot. And the amount of clothes I don't have on. Oh my god. I mean, yes, I could kill a whole army, but... Excuse me, game? There we go. Doesn't mean I want to. I mean, I could rule the whole world, but I don't know if Minfilia should. Give me a break. So far, all she's done is, you know... She's not even dictating. Alfino's the one pulling the strings here. I don't know. I feel like it's all a bit sus. I don't know if this is like paving a way for what Heaven's Word is going to be about. I'm asking the right questions. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm just curious. I'm talking you through my thought process. Ruling the world sounds like too much work. Honestly, like in reality, like, you know how every girl says they want to be a princess? Like, actual princesses, all they do is like go to like fucking social events and, you know, political nonsense. Like, I don't care about any of that. Just something about being a princess though sounds appealing. But in reality, it's like politics. There you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blofisman. Blofisman? Blofisman. I think I say his name wrong all the time. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchment, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter and we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Princesses wear pretty tiaras and fancy jewelry. Right, but like if you look at like, what's her name? Meghan and Harry, not Meghan and Harry. Is it Meghan and Harry? Who's the other prince? Who's the other guy? Charles and... What's her name? What was her name? Kate Middleton. Yeah, like all they do is like, they attend events. You only know Meghan and Harry. This the brother, the older brother. It's not Charles. Whatever, Kate Middleton and whatever the husband's name is. Like, all they do is just, like, diplomatic visits. Does the tower have internet? Prof is like, as long as I have food and Wi-Fi, we good. I mean, really, what else do you need? William, thank you, it's William and Kate. I'm like, I drew such a mental blank. It's the upper decks. I'm like, can I, does this elevator take me upstairs? Princes and princesses are glorified diplomats. Right, exactly. Who wants to do that? Who wants to go be a politician? Like, I don't know. No, thank you. But, you know, princesses have jewelry, which is nice, but I think I like the regular life. Okay, let's see here. This way. Would you rather be a rich person in the 30s or a barely middle-class person in 2020? I feel like a rich person in the 30s would be nice? I don't know. I mean, it's a whole different way of life. I feel like being rich is nice and comfortable. But, I mean, and then the thing is, like, if it's the 30s and I don't know cell phones and internet exists, I feel like I haven't missed anything, you know? Most royal families, the pay seems at least decent. Oh, sure. But I don't think most people become princes and princesses for the paycheck. I don't know, I don't think it's worth it. No cell phones, internet don't exist. Right. But I don't know they exist, so I could live, like, the best life ever. Yeah, why not? I can't go back to not having internet, I would die. But if you didn't know internet was a thing, like, if you lived, like, I don't know, literally in the middle of the forest, and you are, like, a Tarzan, like, you don't know there's internet, you're just living your best life, you're happy. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Well, we're off to not a very great start. How do I get over there? I'm curious as to how other people would answer that question, though. 2020... Since the 2020 seems aren't yet over, I'm going to say safe route and say the 30s. Right, because we already know, plus you can get away with stuff so much better. So even if I wanted to be like some ridiculous criminal or whatever, like you can't get away with jack shit now. They have like forensics and stuff, like, you know, I can't get away with, I don't know. Never mind. Should the need arise for some, you know, never mind. Anyway. Master Alfino's new organization? Yes, I had heard the formation of his company, trial company, was in the offering. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Laminsa must needs receive my full attention. You'd go with a criminal rampage? But like, you can get away with so much more shit! I'm just saying, I'm not the criminal. I'm really not. But like... I'm just saying. It's just... never mind. It's a different time. And I'm assuming, I don't know what country you're having me placed in, but I pictured here, in the US, so I'm okay with that. Crime doesn't pay until it does. It pays a lot. Have you seen... Oh, I don't know what year that movie actually takes place. Catch Me If You Can. Like, the amount of, like, forgery that they did on, like, checks and shit. Like, that... You'd think that shit would fly now? Or murder... I mean, I was more talking about, like, different types of crime, not, like, murdering somebody in your backyard. I'm just saying. Be creative. Huh? Who in the bloody hell do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvelane's door. Hot damn. So hostile. It's your favorite Leo movie? It's good! And I was like, man, if only you could get away with such things. Live anywhere, it's just time is different, technology is different, no games, no cell phones, no Netflix. Sure, but like if my grandma did it, like I don't think it's doable. Like I could live without TV and stuff if it's, you know, if that was the time. A precursor to the United Aerocean Grant Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldik and Vimelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be trapezing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. So far the consensus has been no. How do I get out of here? Nobody wants to join. Alfie, I don't know, man. I know you're ambitious and all, but this might be a reach. I think it's over there. Hopefully. It's piss off. At least it's polite. Yeah, they're saying very politely, I'm busy. I cannot help you right now. At least they can say no. They're setting appropriate boundaries. Yes, the pirate captain, leader of the armorers guild. They're kind of in the middle of things. I know, like, I don't know why we're not asking random, like, adventurers, like, why don't they help us? Like, we are picking, like, high profile. Well, if it ain't Dahlia, I'd not forget an adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek shortcuts to Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Royal, don't you? Former captain of the heroes? I don't remember you. 3 whistles at Bronze Lake? Aye, it ain't often I drag me ass out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm glad I did. How are you faring these days? You looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Ha, sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lass, count me in. The heroes may have gotten their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. So we got 1 out of 5 to work with us. Yikes. Prohibition was in 33, so that would just suck for you Americans. It's fine. But the bootleggers were still a thing. People still drank. It just wasn't publicly. That's what the whole, like, speakeasies and, you know. It's a different vibe. I have no idea what other countries were doing in the 30s. Like, I don't know much about history, but, like, just, like, the day-to-day living. I hear my doggies, they're bustling about. What are you doing, doggies? Ah, airship landing. Alfie, we've not proper prospects. Your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to, excuse me, how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folks of Limsa. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray, continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nefika's altar. Just make sure to get his next of kin for when he dies horribly in an explosion caused by Alfie and you have to hide the corpse. I know a guy. We can work something out. Rough and ready, dang stereotyping. Yikes. Alfie is just, he's just a little eager, you know? It's been a while since I took an airship. Women drinking in public was a social no-no. I believe it. Oh, I never remember my bearings. I think I'm underground. I get out of here. It was actually created after World War I. And when they didn't have to be a part of Austria anymore. So 30s would be kind of a cool time to experience. That's cool. That's wild, actually. I don't really drink, so wouldn't really. I wouldn't miss anything there. But I know a lot of people enjoy. Oh, her outfit's so cute and fun. It's like a little bathing suit. That's adorable. Do 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 do. I mean, occasionally. I don't really have alcohol in the house. I don't really buy it. Like, if I'm somewhere and then someone's like, oh, hey, we have, like, mics or something, do you want one? I'm like, sure. But I'm not going out buying it. Take it easy, Color. Thank you for hanging with us. My audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I'd be grateful if you could once more accede to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem The well of potential candidates has run dry. Let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Okay. Alright, so where are these people? Let us go to this one. Oop. Laurentis. That name looks familiar. Do I know you? Have we met? Oh gods, can it truly be you? By which fickle fortune must this first face I see upon my release be yours? Who is this man? Huh? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentis, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscarin's. Who was this man? All these names are familiar. Was this when I was doing the... Was I a dragoon doing this? The whaler on the moon? What? What? I don't remember him. Shit. Should I say who? Oh, fucking hell. I don't remember. Laurentis! I was selling maps and supplies to the Garleans before you and those red-belly poachers mopped the forest floor with my erstwhile employers. Here now, how many criminals have you dealt with that my ignominious tale ignites not the slightest flicker of recognition? I didn't lie, no. So, yeah, I think I remember him now. Hi, Freya. Good to see you. I'm trying to remember who Laurentis was. And I think I didn't know what I was doing at that point in the game. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As the matter stands, the wood whalers will have not more to do with me. This may be the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave it blunt. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. I mean, sure. How did he get parole? I didn't even know he went to prison. I can't keep track of all these criminals. It's enough for me to save the world. I cannot keep track of, like, the common folk. Give me a break. You know, being a high-profile celebrity and all. I'm like, do the police not do anything around here? Or whatever the police equivalent is? He said he's changed? Yeah. Who can say that I've been changed for the better? Please tell me you've seen this. Please tell me you've seen Wicked. This is why you need a private army. I just need a private army to demolish everybody is really what it is. Wicked? Yes? Have you not seen Wicked? Do I just sound like a loony? Oh, that's a damn shame. Because that's one of the lines in the song. So who can say that I've been changed for the better? Yeah, go listen to the song. It's really good. Wicked's really good. Back in ARR, he was working with the Empire. You had to fight him in the South Shroud to get a bunch of Empire soldiers. I think I remember, like, there was like a bar or like some kind of inn. Was that it? Was that the same quest line, like around there, that I kept having to run to like this inn area and give him stuff? Like that's the only thing I could remember. It's a rare day when I see a musical. I mean, there's some of them that are really good, and some of them that I don't enjoy. Aha! But Wicked is good. It's worth watching. Les Miserables is really good if you're into that. It's very long. I think they have the movie on Netflix. Worth enjoying. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Dahlia, isn't it? It's been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mayune tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just. My old companion here would much be relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. It's the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company as soon as I've seen Elisdur safely home. I don't remember her either. It was just before I did 1,000 Miles of Toto Rock. It's a blur. Apparently a movie's coming out based on the musical in 2024. What is that? A movie? Oh, they're making the Wicked movie. Yeah, you can wait. It's fine. You saw part of Rent? Rent was okay, honestly. I didn't really like Rent that much. I know it's like a favorite of a lot. Like, a lot of the songs are beloved. It's okay. I am not a musical connoisseur. I'm not an expert. I've just seen these in movie form. You've been to an opera? I've never been to an opera. Although I do like Phantom of the Opera. That was fun. Watched that once. Didn't expect it to be as long as it was. But I think it was overall a good time. Oh, this guy. This guy, he is the one, I think, that put me in that haunted mansion. That haunted mansion with the big eyeball. And that lady who you have to turn away from. I forget the name of the dungeon. This guy. You would offer this old man a place at the company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear the responsibility for the evils that my lady has wrought upon this land. Hawk Manor. Yes, I remembered. There we go. Yes, thank you. Words, the names escape me, but I got the general concept. It's all coming back to me. Please tell me you've heard that song. That's not a musical, that's just old. Can I consider it rock? You watched the ABBA musical movie, that was pretty ridiculous. It's kind of fun seeing how many good actors. I love ABBA. I love ABBA so much. When I first saw that movie in the theater, I was... it took all of my being not to burst out in song, because I knew all of the words to all of the songs. I grew up listening to ABBA, so I was so vibing. Apparently there's a second movie, I haven't seen that, but Mamma Mia is amazing, and the music for me is just nostalgic. My mom too! Apparently it's like that whole generation of moms just listen to ABBA. It's just so wholesome though. It's really good. I like them. So yeah, I enjoy ABBA. Hibero is sitting on a bench feeling sorry for himself. I mean, somebody's got to do it. 'Tis not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such a time as your organization is more organized. That's fair. Your main EU character, and you're trying to get your gunbreaker to level 90, your current is 67. And how are you leveling it? Are you running, was it you that was doing Palace of the Dead? Somebody was doing Palace of the Dead. I can't remember who. They were doing 200 or so. HOH? What is HOH? Am I thinking Palace of the Dead is the wrong name? Am I thinking of something from WoW? It's gray, I'm sorry. They have like similar things. Heaven on High. What is Heaven on High? I have never heard of this in my life. Have you told me about this before? This doesn't sound familiar. What news, Dahlia? For my part, the Elder Seed Seer was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood baler and a seasoned adventurer? Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike to Ul'dah whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet the royal promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. HOH is part of Stormblood. Hi, Ponto! You go up into the sky and not into the ground. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. It's another deep dungeon just like Palace of the Dead. Similar concept. It's gonna be a while. I'm not in a rush at all. So far, so good. We are I guess somewhere in between Heaven's Word and Realm Reborn, we're recruiting people for our makeshift grand company so far. Oh my, what is that? That's not what I want. Mr. Ticketman. You're super serial? Okay. Heaven on High goes to floor 100, as opposed to the Palace of the Dead, which goes to 2. Go up to the sky. What is this? Sword Art Online? Oh my god. I stopped watching Sword Art Online after season 1. After Kirito and whatever, Asuna? After they had their baby, after they adopted their baby, I was like, what the fuck is this? This is like, it's, I don't know. It got bizarre to parenting, and I'm like, over it. Pass of the Dead is 200. Okay. I'm trying to remember bits and pieces. Cornflakes with no milk cereal. That sounds gross. At least get Frosted Flakes to have some sugar, dude. You despise Sword Art Online. Poor K! So it's Sword Art Online is beloved. Every time a Sword Art Online game comes out, people talk about how good it is for a day. They have games for this? I've never heard of this before. Am I where I'm supposed to be? Oh, I am where I'm supposed to be. Sugar? How dare you? Like, Frosted Flakes are the superior cereal. Because it's like cornflakes, but with sugar. Like, how does sugar make anything worse? No, it doesn't. It makes it better. It's delicious. It's a copy of... what? Dot hack? What is dot hack? Ul'dah, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and this is the final leg. Proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower levels before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Meet us back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Dahlia. Yeah, because I would like to recruit Raubon. Honey Nut is better. Okay, Honey Nut is pretty top tier. Not the plain ones, though. Plain ones are gross. Plain Cheerios is for, like, old people. You're off floor 121. Freya, what can you... I don't know if I can ask this question correctly. Can you lose? Are you able to, like, fail at 121 and have to restart? Because I feel like WoW had this recently in their last X-Pack. They had, like, some kind of... Torghast. They have Torghast. I never did Torghast. I don't know what is dot hack. They're up my alley. I'm gonna Google it. Remind me to do this after stream. Remind me to Google stuff. It was the series that started MMO ST stuck online. It gets harder and harder as you go up. You can definitely lose. How do you lose? I hope I never do. And I figure it gets harder. You don't have to start back. Don't you have to start back at 100? You can't. Oh, really? If you wipe, you have to start again because you're trying to get the title. Dude, that's so much pressure. Like, what happens if you lose internet? What happens if, like, I don't know, like your cat, like, scratches your leg and you stop paying attention? Oh, that's so stressful. That's so stressful. How common is the title? I'm not gonna get it because I don't have that level of patience. Damn! That's too much. That's too much. No, I would be so tilted. Like, I would actually cry. I would actually cry. No way, Jose. I think my title collection is gonna stick to, like, commons. Like, my skill, for those who've seen me play this game now, is pretty mid. It's pretty mid. Like, if I were to get that level of title, I think I would have to be carried. Like, hella carried. Like, pick me up and put me in a basket, and then take me over there. Thank God it's not a trophy. Are you a trophy collector? I'm like, I'm trying to look at my achievements. I don't know how to do that. How do I see that? I have ADD. Here we go. Let's see if we can find this. Achievements. Okay, so I don't know what the maximum achievement points are, but mine is 1,000. Deep dungeons, is this not a thing for you? What type of thing are you more focused on? I like collecting mounts. Again, but I'm sort of new to this, so at this point, I'm just kind of getting through the story. I heard an event starts on Monday, so I've written down the amount of the irregular tombstones I need, so I'm going to be focusing on that. But eventually, like, the same thing I did in WoW. After I complete all of the story, and then start running through, like, endgame content, I will start collecting things excessively. That's how they're trying to get can't be done in a party. Oh, really? That's even harder, man. I hope you get it, Freya. I hope to hear, like you're gonna come back in, like, a week, a month, or whatever, and be like, yo, I did it. Like, that's wicked. 0.7% of the population has the Necromancer title. I mean, that's so dope, though! It's such a dope title. Social content, mostly on stream. Completionists of raid tiers, leveling all classes. I would love... That's one thing I sort of want to do, is give every class a try. I'm pretty new, so we haven't worked on very many, but I'm sort of new here to playing this. I'm very attached to my summoner, and I mean very attached. Like, it's the same problem I had in WoW, that I play a class and I like it, so I don't want to play anything else. But I eventually will be going through these other ones, in which case my party and those who play with are in some serious trouble, because if I'm healing, good luck, fam. Have fun with it. Oh, absolutely. I'm trying not to rush. I'm trying not to rush. Can't wait to see the tank phase. I'm in so much trouble. I think the tank phase will go slightly better than the healing phase. I can just, because it's like so many of our friends here are just, they play healer classes, and I'm just afraid, like, I'm gonna have Maher just yelling at me in chat. Be like, bitch, can you please heal me? I'm gonna have to deal with, like, a baby healer. Just don't pull the entire room. I can only handle so much stress. Pretty news and understatement. Do you see the little clover next to my head, sir? I want to have this longer than, I think you said 6 months I have it. I want it more. I want this to be a permanent feature. Because otherwise it's just too much pressure. Healing is rough until after 50. Your OG CDs make it a ton easier. I mean, I don't know how people do it with this UI, honestly. Because when I played WoW and I did a very, very minuscule amount of healing, like, I had all of the hot bars and stuff, like, changed. Like, all of the, like, how do I say it? Like, health bars on the screen in, like, chunks, so it's like auto-casting, kind of? If I do get the title, I will so flex on it. Well earned, absolutely, I hope you do. No time to be new, gotta go fast. Just wait until you do Relic, you're gonna hate this game. Why? Oh, I mean, I think I look cool. Do I need Relic weapons, though? Do I need them? Wait, you're the lady who came to Little Alabigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't, and I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland, and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated, and vowed to make myself a more worldly man, so here I am. A new company of champions? And you say it'll take me to all corners of the realm? That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. I think I remember this guy. I think he ran into Amalja territory and, like, got his ass beat, and then I had to save him. I think. You technically have a healer, scholar levels up with summoner. You just need to go through the job quest. I could. Are we mentally ready for me to heal, though? I feel like I need to warn you beforehand that I'm going to pick up a healing class. So, like, if you need, like, an aspirin or, like a Motrin, you should take it. They glow, and you have said you like, oh, they glow. Those are the relic weapons. Oh, no. I want one. How hard is this to get? They're mostly for looks. Oh, of course. I mean, you gotta look cute. If you don't look cute, what's the point? I mean, look at me. I'm a sprout, and I still look adorable. Which relic weapons? 2, 3, 4, or 5? Oh no, they come with all of the X packs. It's completely optional. But you wanna look cool. If you heal, you gotta use the child leash on the others. Oh, fuck yeah. Cause I hate it when people use the leash on me. I get so tilted. You wanna piss me off when we're playing together? Pull me with the mage. Pull me. I will get so upset. But if I do it on somebody else, that's different. I'm just being annoying. Oh, there's a relic weapon per job per expansion unless the job came later. See, I would want to Google it. I would want to Google it, but I feel like I would spoil something. Because I'm like, what if the patch 3.0 relic looks better than the patch 4.0? I don't know. Like, I should hold off on doing them. Wait, just you heard her? Shh. You have no proof. No, where's my baby? Hello, my baby. Did you come to say hello? Oh, Lulu came to say hello. Are you causing trouble? Where's your sister? That's it, I'm heading to you? Por qué? I haven't done anything yet. I'm not in trouble. Fear not, my friends. Okay, so the next, they're all... Let's go to the Weaver's Guild. I need to use the maps. I have no orientation. They made the relics more relevant recently as their eye level matches the same eye level of Savage. Oh, I didn't even think about eye levels. So it's not necessarily something to glam to. It's also got like actual eye level relevancy. It never hurts to see what stuff looks like before putting in the game in time and effort. True, but so far I don't know anything about the story, and I don't know if at this moment I need to look and risk something spoiling. I feel like I should wait. Hello! You're so fluffy. You're so fluffy and it's hot. Are we cuddling? She's such a little potato. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orsid of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. Who are all of these people? I also must thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Lulu! Are you content sitting like this? I feel like this is not very comfortable. Saint Hakuna Matata. I'm so sorry. That's so funny. I'm sorry. But honestly though, some of the names they've come up with, I'm just like, I swear you just like face smashed on the keyboard. Oh god. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Ma'am? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. Ma'am, I wasn't hitting on you? Well. It's a little forward, but you know, that's fine. Oh, we're at the... We're in the shady part of town now. This is where all the I don't want to say homeless people, but like basically homeless people hang out. It's a little ghetto. It's okay. Maybe you need to hit on her to establish dominance. I don't want to establish dominance. I just want to run away. She's intimidating. Ah, you'd be surprised what rumors drift down Chipura Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Really? Whispers on the streets say our organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. A syndicate? How? What? Well. No, I'm not gonna T-pose. Oh, that's a cute bunny. Oh my god, she's glowing. A company that looks to cure the ills of the entire realm? Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of the neighboring nation. That's fine, sir. That's fine. I understand that you don't want to be involved. Where is the closest crystal? So I think with all the people we've talked to, we maybe garnered like 50% of the help? Maybe? Most people said no. I would think it's maybe 40% even of the help. I don't know if that's a good odds. How fared you, Dahlia? What hidden gems in the streets of Ul'dah offered up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamegan youth? Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories that you yourself have won. Thank you, Dahlia. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed in my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over, and the documents signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. Which is what? You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain the venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding the enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn the people's trust, one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Alrighty. I feel like, I don't want to jinx it, but like nothing bad's happened for a while. And I'm a little sus about it.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it's hopefully a good idea.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience. Since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
Yeah.
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong.
I don't know. Like, wouldn't you also be wary that, like, what if they gain all of these people, and then they come after you? Like, we're supposed to be allies, but if Alphino wanted to be a bad guy, he just rallied up all of these troops that you willingly gave him, he could just be like, actually, I'm gonna rule the world. Just a thought, I don't know.
Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
Okay, she also had the same thought, okay?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, there is that, I suppose.
I don't know, Enzo. I'm so far invested, so go make pizza. I want some. I want pizza.
Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands.
Let's give a 16-year-old a personal army and let him deal with everything. I mean, honestly, I know Alfino has like a noble background and he's rich and all, but like that's a lot of faith to put in a kid. Kind of a kid.
Cannot be done about Telechi?
Just kill him. Just kill him.
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
Just hire a mercenary. It's fine.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Oh. I don't want to see her cry. Oh, my heart!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
I feel like Raubon is like our big brother, you know? It's so cute. I can't. Shark. What is my dog doing? I don't know if you can see her. She's rolling around. Okay. Oh, return to the rising stones. I don't know. She's cute, but like, you can arrest him for treason, right? He actually sees her as the niece. Yeah, I was gonna say some form of sibling relationship. Oh, bye. They're very enthusiastic. Alright, let's go and talk to Mimphilia. It's not that easy. If you hire a hitman, nobody will ever know. Just hire a hitman. Just slip something in his tea. I'm a bad person, I'm sorry. I would just kill him. My moral compass is for the greater good, I think. I don't know. My moral compass is quite great. Hitman. Why not? Lulu, what are you doing? Good night, Prof. Thank you for hanging with us. Tomorrow we play Fallout 4, so more crazy adventures if you're around. Have a good night. That's not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our efforts is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Dahlia. I'm certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free from other duties. I feel like something needs to go wrong. This is, like, I feel like something is brewing. I don't know why, but I feel like something is brewing. Like, with the whole refugees, and I know the primals are always there. But like with all the refugees and now all these Telechi, I feel like something is brewing. I don't know if they're just like basically paving for the next expansion, which I'm not close to, but still. Greetings, Dahlia. Alfino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Chitaru is cooperating with Alfino to see that all is in readiness so I'm afraid the recruitments themselves have to be left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived to Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slathborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Could you speak with him and see if there's aught he requires? Keep playing. The pressure! The pressure, Miss Lulupins! The pressure! Oh, do you just want to cuddle? We can cuddle. We can cuddle. Ay. Why are you so hyper, huh? Are you a hyper baby? Hello, hello. Are you snuggly? Why are you so snuggly? I can only pet you with one hand. Hi, Bag! What's up? What's up? Good to see you. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Scratch, 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 scratch. I hate having to do errands when I have to save the world. Oh, take care, Freya. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Good luck on your adventures playing the game, and I want to know if you ever make that title. Okay, what can I do for you, Dahlia? I thought you have your hands full helping out with the new arm of the Scions. Actually, I've just been sent to do errands, because apparently the new arm of the Scions, you know, doesn't need my current attention. I barely noticed your recruits arrived. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we've passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, it is more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that this means less work for you in the long run. I hope so. Slathborn, the shipment! We couldn't! I'm sorry, who are you? God's woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll. Provisions, earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your best, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? Well, your friendly neighborhood, savior of the world is here. If heretics are involved, then it is like to be more of a case than simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House for Temps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are appraised of this development. Talia, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House for Temps? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. What talents? For what? What is this? Yes, I realize I contradicted my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Have you realized the 3 ground companies are run by women? I don't think I had noticed that. You're kicking myself in the head for not realizing. Yeah, no, I didn't realize. To be honest, I didn't give it a single thought. I wonder what that says, though. I mean, to be fair, Nanamo is a child, but Rabon is a pretty good support. That's interesting. Thank you for understanding. I am certain Lord Haurchefant will be glad of your assistance. It's been a while since I've been to Ishgard. I did enjoy Ishgard's music. Hello, Lulu. Where's your sister? Oh yeah, she's here. I would like to put my arms down, Miss Ma'am. Are we just gonna cuddle? Is that all we're gonna do? We're just gonna cuddle? I can only play it like one hand. Good night, Freya! See you soon! Oh, he's inside. I can't do this with one hand, Lulu. Well, if it isn't my fine friend Dahlia, would you care for a plate of roast karakul or some mulled wine? No, I see you've not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. Well, Nanamo is older than Alfie? Shut up, really? I thought Nanamo was like 14. Oh, Lulu. Okay, come on, let's over there. Whoop. You like him? I think he's pretty chill. I think this whole zone is pretty chill. I mean, pun not intended. I understand it's snowing outside. I meant it's like, I don't know. It's kind of isolated, kind of just, never mind, I'm just gonna stop. Anyway, when the cold sets in, oh my. How did I move this? There we go. Do we get voice acting?
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
Oh, excuse me.
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil.
I just realized, we asked the Uldanians? We asked the people from the forest, and we asked people from the Maelstrom, why didn't we recruit any soldiers from Kurthas? Like, if we're trying to create a united, alliance, if you will, how come we didn't ask for anybody from Kurthas?
Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts.
Okay, so I was apparently saying that word wrong this whole time. Fortom? Fortom. I don't speak French, give me a break.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day.
Who are these people?
This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones.
Is it Shiva?
They would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve.
Is it Shiva?
The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
I have a cute face, shut up.
Hallone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
You got it, dude.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Is this an invitation? I just realized. Is there a striking tree extreme by any chance?
NANI?
I know, I feel like he was coming on to me a little bit, you know, but my radar of dudes who are attracted to me is broken. So I'm not exactly sure. Oh, can I unlock that one yet? Do you want to do it? I kind of want to do it. I like unlocking the extreme.
That's what she said.
Oh, stop it. Where is it? Is it? Does Urianger have it at the Waking Sands? Is that where it is? I will go to the Waking Sands right now and find out. I think he's the one who typically has the extremes. How does Harshafont rank on the husbando list? Okay, does he have white hair? Because my husbando list is exclusive to men with white hair. His hair is kind of silvery. I don't know. He's okay. He's okay. I wouldn't know if I would call him a husbando. I feel like we need to spend a little more time together. I like husbandos who are a little bit more assertive. Kind of into that. Especially if they're like slightly kind of evil. At least I'm attracting the classy ones, I guess. Oh my god. He looks cool too. Okay, let's go pick it up. Does Urianger have this before I race over there? Let's find out. I'm assuming he does. Boop. I feel like we didn't spend that much time in Kurthas. Like, I feel like the zone was completed pretty quickly. This has been a very revealing TED Talk. Listen, maybe I should stop telling you about what I'm interested in. Ramuh quest. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This was my first instinct to go here. Let's see. You said it's in Gridania. New Gridania. It's okay, we don't need to mess for any tickets anyway. I am on my way. Okie dokie. Are we doing this unsynced? I feel like that's what we did for the last ones. You could just like Cool. I don't know if I told you guys. Oh, you said 9/11. Hang on. Seeking solace now. Where are you? Somewhere up there. What is the quest called? I feel like I'll know it when I see it. He might have more than one. That's not it. This is not 9/11. It is. Do I not have it yet, maybe? Judgment of Bolts and Lightning. It doesn't seem like I have it yet. Bummer. It might be gated. I need to complete. Okay, that's no problem. Thank you so much for checking that. I don't mind. It's just now that I know when there is an extreme version, I just want to do it. But that's okay. We shall come back. Let's go back to It's okay. I'm glad money is like not a thing, because I'm just like throwing it to the wind. Instant teleportation. Do you remember when I used to run on the ground? When I didn't have the flying ability? That was awful. That was awful. I know, maybe because I haven't been to another X-Pack yet, like I might eventually need to just walk in the next zone. The next MSQ after this one is the last of 2.3, and it's also the requirement for the extreme. Perfect! I shall return then. Thank you so much, Beecher. You do know, if you're not of money, I'd give you some. How many scrubs are you with? I get jealous very easily. Kind of? No, I don't have an issue with money. I have 600,000. It's fine. The only thing I spend money on is literally teleportation, so it's fine. That's classified. I am offended. How do you get in this? How do you get in this? You have to learn flying in each zone. I'm so spoiled. I've been spoiled with flying here. I don't want to go back to running on the ground like a pleb. Ah, Talia, welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to the stone visual proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, that the Dravanians might better themselves, senseless, against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that the matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury, but you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what matter of influence this ice heart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you would care to question one of their recent victims? As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after the traitor was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow, and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that he could aid you in your task. He's gonna be smitten, because watch Shiva. I'm betting on this being Shiva. Watch Shiva be like super hot, because she's always the best looking Aeon or Primal. I played a couple Final Fantasy games. She looks hot. What the hell? Dude, wow. Wow. Garuda was hot. Garuda was just boobs. Am I have to go upstairs? I might have to go upstairs. Are you the crazy one? For Pete's sake. Are you even more upstairs? There you are. Okay. Yeah, if you go to the main menu and under the duty tab and look on recommendations, it'll show you the available quests in the area and their locations. Oh, yeah. Probably a good idea, huh? Main duty tab. Oh, that's duty tab. And you said... Oh, look under recommendations. Where's recommendations? Oh, this is duty finder. Is that different? Oh, this duty tab. Duh. My bad. Okay, yes, there we go. I see. This pops up every time I log into the game, and I've never actually looked at it before. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly Blackhearts. This guy. Oops. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze, and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Oh my. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me it was a miracle I survived it all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. I'm gonna love... So it is Shiva. I'm just saying, she's probably gonna be hot. So where is this? Oops. Oh, it's right down the street. It's been a while since we've done some kind of easy questing. Look at how pretty! I'm just running through the snow. I'm like Santa Claus. Like, imagine if you just saw me flying by on a cold winter's day. You'd be like, ah, oh, this beauty. Woohoo! Oh, I forgot you were over here, Bio. Oh, did we get a dungeon? Oh, is it a trial? What is this? What did we get? Ah, draw your weapon, foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are coming seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. You switch to a summoner main? Oh my god, you're a weird one. Who's that? Sephiroth? Sephiroth lady? I see silver hair and I'm like, Who are you? Who are you? How did we not see that? Come on, team. You glimpsed the woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would seem best we were to return to Whiterun and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. No! You need to be assertive! Ah! What dungeon is this, by the way? I don't know what dungeon is this. I don't even know. I'm like, I don't know what this is. Gah. Oh well. Just love the twinkles. I'm just literally looking at the little quest marker, and I'm like, what's the quickest way I can get there? This way. Oop. Oh dear. Maybe mounts are not meant to be in buildings, but you know, I'm allowed. Dahlia, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. I think your bird is too big. Your missile bird. Pray, return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Haurchefant of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. One Piece is in its final story arc. Gonna be sad when that series is over. One Piece is like a bazillion episodes. This show should have ended long ago. Like, is it still good? I've never seen it. I can't commit to the 1,000 episodes. Although I must say, I don't know if you can hear my neighbor and his very loud car, but he started working on his car at like 10 o'clock this morning when I woke up. And he washed his car. I don't know what the fuck else he did with his car, but he's been outside all day long, which is wild to me. I don't know. Why are we moving so slowly? Come on. Hop 2. Why are we moving so slowly? See, I wonder why this happens. Why am I moving like walking? Oh well, now we're moving. It's fine. I have neighbors? Yes, I don't live in the middle of nowhere. I live in Los Angeles. Most people have neighbors, yeah? Is he in this building? Ah, yes. Hello, sir. I bid you tidings.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody.
Sir?
But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
I could imagine you living in a forest surrounded by only wildlife, Gridania style. That'll be cute. I think that'll be fun. But like, where's the grocery store? I don't want to drive 30 minutes to the grocery store. That's odd. That's weird. I'm so petite compared to the Lord.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate.
Climate change? Serious topic?
So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order.
I will beat them up.
Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma.
Can we point out that in our private office, you know, with this war table and this beautiful fireplace, there's like a random half-naked dudes exercising? Like, is that not bizarre? Like, we're having a serious meeting and they're just like doing squats. Kurthus used to be green? Oh, really? I would love to see that.
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion.
Hi, Mangoes. Long time no see, dude. How you doing? Don't judge. I'm not judging. I'm just making an observation.
Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Just body heat? Yeah, it's kind of sus. I'm just saying. Report to Slackborn, but I want to go fight Shiva! Hi, Tree! Giving us Mega Thirsty Hauschiffant? What? What is Mega Thirsty Hauschiffant like? Oh my. Oh my. Where's Slackborn, sir? Did he not load in? Do your job. I'm just making observations. The Japan Hauschiffant is way different. Okay, yeah, so somebody just said that, so explain this to me. How so? I wanna know more about Mega Thirsty Hauschiffant. Dahlia, 'tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? House for Temps? For Toe? I don't know how he said it. Is sent as a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Hauschiffant for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I feel it will attract even greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphina's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. What is that? I can't even wear that, but that looks cool. It's not worth it. The Japan version of him makes constant comments about many things, such as helping the WOL warm up by the fire. Oh, really? Alone in the top of the keep. Oh my! I see. Okay. It's funny you say that because I don't know what he said earlier, but I had a feeling he was coming on to me. I did. Did I not say this, guys? I was like, I feel like he's kind of interested. Nice to know that the implication was kind of there. Brave new companions. Oh, they have cool stuff. I want this for the glams. Can I try this on? That looks kind of cute. It reminds me of Wonder Woman. The English translation tones it down. We have to be normies. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does seem somewhat flustered. Yeah, that sounds right. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Errand boy! I'm an errand boy! Or girl, whatever. She's totally into the Warrior of Light. A lot more blatant flirting, like the Japan version is a 10, the English version is a 3. That's so disappointing! I mean, I know being hit on is, like, really annoying, but still, it might be funny. Brave new companions is the last quest of 2.3. Woohoo! We've made such progress today. Bio's like, I want the spicy version. I need me some excitement. These parchment needs to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. That's what I would do. I'd just throw it all in the bin. Dahlia, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here at the Rising Stones. You'll want to report back directly to Alfino if you don't want to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. If you put me in a uniform, I will walk out this door, Tataru. I am not wearing a uniform. No, ma'am. It also makes Harsh Response a bit more interesting as one of the only canonically bisexual characters, since the lines are the same for both male or female. You know, I haven't actually noticed if there was any, like... Well, have I noticed any, like, sexual tension? I'm pretty dense with stuff like that, unless it's, like, blatant. Although I think every white-haired husbando is interested in me. That might be my imagination, though. I hope! But... Oh, hello. Sir, can you please park your vehicle outside? Man. Passing out uniforms. You hase. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself 'tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. Ma'am, just take your outfit. This is not that deep. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Since our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be a wealth of plenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Yikes. There are hints here and there for some characters. There's not many are super obvious. However, the English versions tone down a lot of stuff. But why? I wonder why. I feel like that would make it just so much more interesting. Sure that they may not be intended, especially coming from Japan. Though, then again, it's Square who made... So I have no idea who Sylvando is. My video game in my adventures in Square are a handful. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Me too, fam! Ah, our new uniforms! I am reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Oh, Laurentis. I forgot. We know everybody that we recruited. DQ character? Yeah, I have no idea. I say DQ and my first thought is Dairy Queen. You know though, I must say, I enjoy, even though I've forgotten all of these characters and the adventures we went on, I like that they have brought them back. Like, it's not just a quest to go, like, kill 30 bears and then you never see these people again. They have names. They have, like, limited storylines. Like, I think that's really cool that we get to see them again. And they continue their journey alongside us. You do like that there's not much relationships? Why? I would love more romance, but, you know, I guess I'm just sort of into that. Cliches. So... what is it? Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and his irrepressible spirit, I'm excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah, yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. You got this, fam. Me and my cliche. What's wrong with having a little romance arc? Get out of here. Warrior of Light is such a Sigma. we are absolutely Sigma. We are Giga Chats. It's usually not anything mega important. A lot of the stuff is like certain characters using more friendly lines, like Yustola calling you dear. That's sweet. That's cute though. I feel like that would add so much more personality. Or some silly innuendos that don't translate over well. That's a bummer. That's a missed opportunity. But honestly though, like even I've not seen the Japanese version of this. But like the vocabulary and the words they use is vast, you know? Like it's not like just simple. It's quite complex, which is nice. Like, there's words I don't know, but it's kind of a neat touch. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was ye? I suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear amongst all the bustle. Oh ho, proper uniforms and all. This'll cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry, though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. There are certain gamers who don't enjoy that. Well, that's too bad. Oh, I keep pressing that button. There we go. Little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll. That this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. I feel that. I also don't wear very much clothes. It is an adjustment we have to make. Ah, Dahlia, gods, I did not expect to see you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. Have we met? 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Boop. I don't believe we've met. I'm Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding the others in rebuilding their lives. Here you are, sir. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. Good with a common goal, though. This scarlet garb makes me a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Laminsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm. And thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Here you are, sir. I'm not wearing this uniform. Oh ho! Now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. It does begin to fit somewhat silly. I mean, America is kind of the outrage capital, yeah. Sometimes over things that are 90% of what people almost everywhere else don't care about. I can understand that. There's people who would freak out over being called dear, as well as the crazies who lose their minds if you even hint that any character is interested in someone but the Warrior of Light. Yeah, so weird. People get, like, so tilted over the strangest things. I mean, I would love to be a matchmaker. I feel like I'd be a really shitty one, but, you know, it's a thought that counts. I'm not gonna sleep tonight. I just realized I'm still drinking coffee. It's just so delicious. Deaths, gunshots, PG-13, chest explodes, nope, too traumatic, rated R. I don't know. I don't really like gore and body parts, like, exploding. Like, we played Death Race at work. Death Race is like an older movie. I think it's like 10, 15 years old now. I don't know if any of you have seen it. It's violent. Like, people's bodies just kind of explode, and I'm just like, this is a bit much. It's a bit much. It's a bit much for when you come to a healthcare clinic. But, you know. I went to the theater. I remember watching that at the movie theaters and be like, ooh! Like, I closed my eyes. Side quest line where we help someone like Urianger go on a speed date. Oh my god, yes. Absolutely. Urianger is, like, the most awkward duck. And I would love to see him, like, get flustered. Super strict? Oh, totally. Ah, yes, Dahlia. I thought you mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assumed you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answer the call to arms I put forth through the established ground companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small core of elite warriors can achieve. I don't know if I would call us an elite group, though. I feel like we're more of a ragtag bunch of rejects. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. Did I mention I thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. Oh my, what is this going to be called? The moment of truth draws near, Dahlia. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. I'm so worried this is going to be a stupid name. Please, Alfie. Please.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made.
I'm so concerned.
With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea.
Come on. I need that really enthusiastic pep talk, Alfie. Come on. Rile us up. Oh, please don't be a stupid name.
From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Crystal Brave. Okay. It could have been worse. 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 Crystal Braves is not that bad. That's not bad. I will accept it.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed.
He's 16. Come, give me a break.
Take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Okay, it's not bad. It's not like Meryl Webb's speech of encouragement, but give the kid a break. Tree. Shh. What kind of power?
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
It's Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur. The kid is like 16, bro. Stop. I can't.
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
I'm ready to kick ass. I'm like, can I command them? Oh, didn't you guys say? I don't know when this was. I'm sure this will be fine. Oh god. What was I gonna say? When do you get like the command? I don't know what it's called in this game. Where you command little soldier groups to go on missions and bring resources. I don't know what it's called. Is that like later on in game? Not that I want that, because that's like silly. But I'm just saying. No crabs about things happen.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions.
No, it was maybe?
Yes, I'm
like
listening.
Missions? Crystal Braves. I can appreciate the that they have created a world and they tie in different games and stuff like that. Like, you know, Shiva is in multiple Final Fantasy games. Like, I like that they have just similar entities. Was it retainers? I don't remember. But there was like a command table where you can like send them out for stuff. Thanks, guys.
So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle.
Oh!
Such power defies comprehension.
The students of Baldesion. These people have been like so far in the back of my mind, I forgot they existed.
Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
Who's Kryl?
I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party.
Yes, I got retainers explicitly just so he can hold some of my overflowing inventory.
It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
No, Mummy has not contacted me.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to click. There's retainers which bring back stuff, there's squadrons from the Free Company which you can do set group of dungeons with, and there's NPCs you can do story trials with. Yeah, I must have been thinking of retainers. I kind of want this for the glam, but I don't know if I would ever wear it. This is cute too. Can I try that on? Look how cute that is, bro! Look how cute this hat is. I just want this for the glam. I want the hat. What is that? No, that is not it. This is absolutely what we want. Mom hasn't called me. I think she lost her cell phone. That is such a mood. Granted, I've called my mother's way too many times in the past, like, few days. What's happening? I want to meet Shiva. Harshafont? What's up, dude? Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. Something is amiss. What is it? The winds are uncommonly fierce this day. Oh, that looks so good. I mean, Connie Senna also felt something in the wind. I told you, something is stirring. No, winter is not coming. We live in the snow. But I feel like something is brewing. I keep telling you, something's gonna happen. Who is this? Is this the king of Kurthus? Does Kurthus have a king? The fuck is this possible? It's the Pope? Is it though? Oh no! No! I can't see him. Okay, so I'm reminded of Lord of the Rings. Okay, I don't remember the guy in Lord of the Rings, but basically it was like this one of the kings. Oh, Philly, what was his name? No, not Gandalf. Oh, I don't remember the king's name. Look at the hat, it's totally fantasy. Theoden, thank you so much. Yes, it was Theoden. And I picture him and that evil little imp behind him. Oh, man. So what is the king pope, some kind of deity of Kurthus gonna do? Why is his people up in arms? So many questions! I feel like I've answered none of them. You have no power here? But in fact, actually I do, because I am the power. What about Boromir? I mean, I don't think he fared a very good fate. How many ants does it take to rent a house? Ants? I have no idea where you're going with the snipes. Ten ants. Ha! That's funny. That's cute. But yeah, so what did we accomplish today? We fought Ramuh. Oh, wait, let's go fight Ramuh 2.0. Because now we can go to Gridania and pick up that quest that I did not pick up last time because we didn't have it. Let's do that. Okay. So we kicked Ramuh's ass. In terms of story, what did we accomplish? I feel like I've just been sent on errands today. Oh, we learned Teleji was trying to take over the world with a Omega Weapon, but we have not seen Omega Weapon yet. What's he gonna do? Gonna stroke his long beard menacingly? I mean, I would be very curious to see a more glorious beard than Ramuh's. Where am I going? That way. Denethor was the second. Who? Who? That's not it either. Was it not him? Was it this guy? Judgment, there we go. You thought we were talking Lord of the Rings? I watched all of the Lord of the Rings extended editions recently. So some of the knowledge is fresh. I don't know much about the Lord of the Rings world, truthfully. But I've watched all of the extended editions very attentively. So, yeah. To my surprise, you know, the movies held up phenomenally. Like, I understand, you know, retouching and making it like 4K or whatever. I'm not talking about that. Like, all of the prosthetics, the makeup, like, I think it was really good. I think it was really good. You know, I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much as I did. Although I think Frodo is like, questionable, but we won't go into that. Leave it to them. You can't say that! The one that tries to take over the world with giant laser monsters. I think he's trying to overcompensate where he's lacking. Just a thought. Gandalf is not trash. Gandalf is not trash. Frodo whines. Frodo basically just was like getting stabbed perpetually. Like, I think he got stabbed twice in the first movie, and I'm just like, Frodo, just roll, dodge, come on. Anything. He was unfairly rude to Sam. The fact that Sam, I'm getting too far into this. The fact that Sam put up with Frodo's bullshit is just like, you are so lucky this man loved you so much, because I would have slapped the shit out of you. 3 times in the first movie? Smeagol, PS5 game coming out where Smeagol is the main character. Oh god. He was okay. I liked Smeagol's character, even though he was annoying. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Ramuh, come to see me in the flesh. How fortunate that you should happen by. I was, in fact, on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. Yikes. We've had some troubling news from the Sylphs of Little Solus. It appears that the Lord of Leven walks the 12 Zodia again. From what I understand, the Elder Seedseer's explanation, your last encounter with the Primal was a relatively peaceful affair. There was a battle, aye, but one for which Ramuh did not begrudge your victory. Why then has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you, Dahlia, whom fate has chosen to uncover the answers to that question. It seems that Phrixio, the Sylph Elder, would discuss the matter with you personally. Speak first with Delexia in Little Solus, and she will announce your arrival to the leader. I would also consider it a favor if you could pass along aught you learned to the Scions. As I understand it, Archon Urianger is a keen scholar in the field of all matters primal. Pray, make your final report to him. LOTR is good, but there's also so many plot points and bits of lore that Tolkien left hanging that bother me that I wanna time travel just to go back and punch him in the face and tell him to finish the damn books properly. The only book that I've read is The Hobbit. I have not seen the Hobbit movies, but I've read The Hobbit. I have not read the Lord of the Rings books. And I read it when I was in like the 8th grade, so I was like 12 years old. I really just need to sit and read them again. I am just slightly picky with my authors, though. Hobbit movies, trash. Is it? That's so disappointing. I hope you can kill Frodo in the Smeagol game. Why? Is it really that bad? I don't know how they divided the story into 3 movies, because it was just one novel. Unless you're drunk. This is a very passionate opinion. Tree, have you read the Game of Thrones books as well? I know that's not the actual official name of it, but yeah. So having all of the answers, my main question that will bother me to the day I die is what in the 7 hells is Tom... What? I have no idea who Tom is. Is this a person? Now I don't know. Walking One is here. Has Walking One heard of Lord Ramuh's return? Yeah, I've heard it's good, but lengthy. Then this one does not need to explain. Walking One should wait here while this one fetches Elder One. Tom Marvolo. I mean, I like the Harry Potter books, okay? I like the movies. They're good. But it's not some, like, phenomenal, groundbreaking thing. It's just, like, just kind of decent storytelling, and you're curious to know what happens next, you know? Walking One is most welcome in these ones' home. The gentle sigh of winds and trees and brooks told these ones of Walking One's peaceful words with Lord Ramuh. These ones also heard that Thunderous One has challenged Walking One to battle. This one is certain that Lord Ramuh was pleased with Walking One's strength. And such strength Walking One has. Arrow shooting ones often tell grand tales of Walking One, and these ones are glad to call Walking One friend. Oh my goodness. But this one must warn Walking One. Touched ones have summoned Lord Ramuh once more, and this time with an offering of many, many more crystals. This one does not think Thunderous One means to bring judgment to Gridania. After all, Lord Ramuh made a special promise to Walking One. It is the intentions of Touched Ones that concern this one. Touched Ones yet act in fear and in hate. Even should Lord Ramuh ignore Touched One's destructive wishes, his presence alone drains the land of Ether. It's not just Gridania, but the entire realm that Thunderous One threatens.
That's what she said.
You're ridiculous. Life will seep from the soil, crops will wither and die. Then, though Lord Ramuh will it otherwise, Walking Ones will go to war over what remains. This one begs brave and courageous one to fight again. Touched Ones must understand that summoning Thunderous One is futile. That Thunderous One respects the strength of Walking One. I will do it. I will save you once again, little cabbage people. Thank you. This one knew Walking One would do the right thing. Walking One knows how to visit the striking tree, touch the aetherite found in the domain of the Touched Ones, and the Walking One will soon be face to beard with Lord Ramuh. He's shaking face to beard! These ones will listen to the forest's voices of news for Walking One's victory. Are we done talking? So I'm gonna read chat. Oh, you've read most of the Game of Thrones books, still waiting on Martin to finish the stuff before he dies, preferably. Or I'm learning necromancy and bringing him back. I'm not having another Unfairness series happen. We were talking about this earlier, that someone's saying he's just kind of putting it off because he doesn't need to. He's like an old man who just wants to chill. Oh, you like Harry Potter, but like most celebs, J.K. Rowling has too much of an ego. Oh, absolutely. She should have just been off of Twitter and just fucking sat down. Take your money, take your bag, and just go fucking sit down. Harry Potter is fine. Rowling can be pushed off a cliff with the world. The only real complaint with Harry Potter is it has some underlying tones, an idea that while too casual a reader don't mean anything, the more you notice some of the weird stuff, the more you question what kind of person Rowling is. I'm very curious. I'm very curious. I probably did not pick up on it when I read it when I was, goodness, like 15. I was reading it when it was still releasing. So I went to the bookstore to purchase the book the day of. But yeah, I think she's, like you said, she just needs to take her money and leave. Alright, let's do this unattuned real quick, because I'm a hungry, hungry lady. And I need to go eat my whatever's left of my lunch. Alright, so striking tree extreme. Alright, Bio, I'm counting on you to level this. That's any celeb though. Whoops. Oh, like Mark Hamill is being, I think J.K. Rowling is alright, she just needs to chill out. What did you do? Mark Hamill though, embraces, what is it, Mark Hamill? He embraces his character. Some people I mean, it's a job, that's the way of making money. I don't know. We have this platform. Some of the more questionable stuff Rowling has kind of under wraps a lot of racial stereotypes. Ah, okay. I did sort of get that impression just from looking at some of her tweets. It's like, lady, it's really not that deep. She does a little too much, yeah. Round 2, Ramuh. I'm ready. Hey, can I trouble you to find somebody recording outro? I don't think anybody on my end is on, but just to give you a moment of... Hi. Hi, thank you. Thank you! Or maybe you can check even the Warriors of Light, because I am a very naughty streamer and not so fun. I know that's shocking. Alright, Daddy Ramuh. Let's do this. Or should I say Grandpa Ramuh? Grandpa Ramuh. His beard must be so heavy, dude. It's gonna be like that though. You can change people. Just be aware of them and enjoy stuff you like. Yeah. Goblins, like money, very greedy, have giant noses. All rude stereotypes given to Jewish people. Ah, okay. I need you to kill him because I actually can do no damage. So I need you to yeah, thank you. Okay. I understand. Just kill him. I'm trying not to die! I didn't do what Kep said and put Radiant Aegis on. Radiant Aegis. You have to kill the Az, I think, because now you can't do any damage to him. If the mount drops, I would be so happy. I wonder if you can actually kill him within the first phase. Probably won't let you. Oh, look how nice. Thank you. You even had time to bring me back from the dead. Thank you so much. Round 2, Ramuh. I can't wait to see Shiva. Now that I know Shiva is in here somewhere, I want to meet her. I feel like doing this with a bunch of randoms would be very challenging because none of them would kill the ads. Casual readers never pick up. Right. I would not have noticed that. I shouldn't take the books. The old separate the art from the artist. Understood. Yeah, definitely. I feel like with some people though, like once I know they're like pieces of shit, like especially like actors, I'm like, now that I know you're a bad person, I kind of just what is this? I don't need that. What is that? Healing? I don't need that either. Oh, I'll take that. Ooh, thanks, Bio, for running me through that. Let me teleport back to home base. Oh. The biggest actors are scumbags? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. If you have that much wealth and power, I feel like you're probably out of touch. Possibly. Let me teleport to you. But who knows? Some people might be really nice. I don't know. I'm not gonna meet these people. I just kind of have preconceived ideas because, I mean, who cares? Any celeb? I don't know. I don't really follow very many. I'm trying to think of any that I actually give a shit about that they're doing. I don't know. Like, I think Selena Gomez is pretty cool. I think she's super down to earth, but I don't know anything about her. There's also terrible people, H.P. Lovecraft, a major influence on horror, prolific writer, and well-remembered, yeah. For good reason, and also a massive racist. I know, we have to not necessarily idolize people, yeah? Like, we can respect them and think they're awesome and stuff, but don't put them on, like, some unrealistic pedestal. Samuel L. Jackson stuck with the casting director to get put in Avengers. Oh yeah, that's it. Oh, hello, baby. I'll take you out in just a minute. Yeah. There is a saying. I'm gonna give you my face for a moment, so you can admire my face. And my really bad hair day. How did none of you tell me that I was having a bad hair day? Yes. Tree was just saying that earlier. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's easy. Sometimes it's not. Ooh, hello. So, the adventures in this game, I played a little bit longer than I wanted, but that's okay. I was so involved. This game shall be resumed on Sunday, 4 p.m. Pacific, that's my time. Tomorrow we are playing, that's okay, we can raid somebody next time. Tomorrow I will be playing Fallout New Vegas. We are in the meat and potatoes of the game, where I'm trying to... I just met the Brotherhood of Steel, if you're into Fallout. I just met the Brotherhood of Steel. And we're trying to decide if we're gonna save Mr. House or kill him. I don't know how you kill a robot, but there you go. So, have a wonderful evening, my friends. Thank you so much for hanging with me. I'm gonna go take my doggies out for a walk. I might destroy the world. I basically perpetually blow myself up in Fallout, really. Don't want me to get spoiled. Did I get Rex? Is Rex the dog? We met the dog. We met a dog. But apparently he was dumb. We have to fix him. But we don't have him. I have a robot and Cass. But find out tomorrow, because I'm going to go grab some food. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, that's my time for some more adventures. Yeah, I don't know if I want to raid and get spoiled, because I do want to watch the streamer. So, yeah, join me tomorrow for more adventures. I'm going to grab some food. Have a wonderful night, my friends.